was a night nurse on a locked psych ward. And on Christmas at 3 a.m., something in the staff bathroom watched me through the stall gap. I know how that sounds. If I heard that line on some random horror channel, I'd roll my eyes too. I'd assume it was fake or exaggerated or written just to get clicks. So I want you to do something while you listen to this. Forget the ghosts. Forget demons. Forget every horror movie you've seen set in a hospital. Just picture this one thing. A real hospital on the edge of a small American city. 3rd floor. Behavioral health. The kind of place with beige walls, scuffed floors, and that permanent smell of disinfectant and burnt coffee. It's the night shift. The graveyard, like everybody loves to joke. Most of the staff have gone home to their families. Down in the lobby, there's a fake Christmas tree still lit up. A few forgotten presents under it for the pediatric unit. Up on my floor, all the decorations look tired already. Paper snowflakes curling at the edges. Tinsel sagging off the nurse's station. A tiny plastic tree blinking red, green, blue behind the computer monitors. The hallway lights are dimmed. The doors to the unit are locked. The only sounds are the low hum of the AC, the rattle of an old vent, the Coke machine in the day room buzzing every few minutes like it's clearing its throat. Most of my patients are finally asleep. Their charts say things like schizoaffective, bipolar, major depression. They are sedated, snoring, mumbling into their pillows. Somewhere, one of them is talking to someone only they can see. Somewhere else, someone is crying quietly into a hospital blanket, whispering an apology to a family that went home hours ago. It's Christmas, technically. A few minutes after 3 in the morning, I'm standing at the nurse's station with a styrofoam cup of vending machine coffee that tastes like chemicals, watching the analog clock tick way too slow, trying not to think about how tired I am. Right across from me is the staff bathroom. Single door, fluorescent light that flickers before it comes on. One stall in the back, with a metal partition and a narrow strip of space between the door and the frame. Every bathroom like that has the same little gap. You've seen it. You've probably peeked through it once or twice, just to see if someone was in there. On every other night of my life, it was just a bathroom. But on that night, on Christmas at 3 a.m., I opened that door. The light didn't come on, and I walked into the dark anyway. In a few minutes, I'm going to tell you exactly what I saw staring back at me from that gap, and why I don't use public bathroom stalls anymore. 1. Present-day confession and the night shift world. I am writing this in a 1-bedroom apartment that smells faintly like reheated pizza and cheap cleaner. The blinds on my only living room window are half broken, crooked at the bottom. A dull orange glow leaks in from the parking lot lights outside, striping the carpet in uneven lines. My fridge is humming behind me in the little galley kitchen, cycling louder for a few seconds, then settling back into a low, steady vibration that I can feel in the floor through my socks. The digital clock on my stove says 2:13 a.m. I do not work nights anymore. I have not worked nights in years. My body still thinks this is when I should be awake. That is why you are getting this story at this hour. From a guy sitting on a sagging couch with his laptop balanced on his knees, trying not to look toward the half-open bathroom door at the end of the short hallway. I used to be a night nurse on a locked psych unit just outside of Cleveland, Ohio. 3rd floor, behavioral health. Though when I started, they still called it the psych ward half the time. I was 29 then, new enough to care about every chart entry, old enough to think I could handle anything a hospital threw at me. I lasted a few years on nights before I moved on. I told everyone it was burnout, that I needed a change of pace. That was only half true. There is one specific night that sits at the center of that decision. One sequence of hours that rewired the way I see certain spaces. You will hear about it soon enough. First, you need to understand the world I lived in back then. The hospital was one of those low, rectangular buildings you forget as soon as you drive past it. Brick that was probably beige once, now stained darker in spots from years of rain. A wide, flat parking lot with barely any trees. A Walgreens across the road. A gas station on the corner with a faded LED sign blinking gas prices and lottery jackpots into the night. The psych unit took up most of the 3rd floor. There were no fancy signs for it in the lobby, just a line on the elevator directory and a small plaque near the double doors at the end of a beige hallway. 3 East, Behavioral Health. The doors themselves were metal, painted to look less industrial than they were, with 2 narrow windows at eye level and a badge reader on the right. Inside, the unit was shaped like a U. If you stood at the nurse's station in the middle, you could look left and right down long, slightly curved hallways lined with patient rooms. The day room sat off to one side, with bolted down chairs and a TV locked in a plastic box mounted high in the corner. The tiny staff break room was behind the station, big enough for a fridge, a microwave, a table, and 4 chairs that never matched. And directly across from the nurse's station, set into the wall like an afterthought, was the staff bathroom. That bathroom is the reason I am writing to you. At night, the unit was a different creature than during the day. Day shift had noise, phones ringing, families visiting, doctors doing rounds, social workers arguing with insurance companies, patients pacing and demanding discharge. Everything was bright. Overhead, fluorescent lights on full power, doors opening and closing a dozen times a minute. Overhead, paging constant. Night shift stripped all of that away and left the skeleton. After midnight, most of the main lights dimmed automatically to a softer, yellowed level. The hallways were still lit, but it was a tired kind of light that made the scuffed floor shine in patches and threw long shadows under every doorway. The dayroom TV, if a patient had not claimed it, sat on some low-volume movie from the early 2000s with the captions on, the flicker reflecting in the safety glass on the windows. Security cameras watched each end of the U-shaped hall, red LEDs blinking in patient-safe plastic domes mounted to the ceiling. Another camera stared down at the unit entrance. Another pointed at the day room. The monitors sat above and behind the nurse's station, a 4-square grid of grainy grayscale images the night staff checked every few minutes out of habit. The overhead speaker system would crackle without warning, coughing out a distorted voice from another floor. Code Blue ICU, or Environmental Services to Emergency Department, or some garbled cafeteria announcement meant for the first floor that bled through to the third. The speaker in our hall was tinny and old. Sometimes it popped on with a sound like someone tapping a microphone, then went dead again. Every time someone badged through the double doors to the unit, those doors would open with a soft hiss of pressurized air and then close with a heavy, final thunk that you felt in your chest. After visiting hours, that sound got rarer and rarer until it was just staff at shift change and security doing rounds. We usually had 2 nurses and 1 tech at night for the whole unit. Sometimes, if the census was low, we would be down to 1 nurse and a tech. Everything was locked. Patient rooms, medication room, supply closets, the tiny office where the on-call psychiatrist sometimes slept. If something went very wrong and we needed help, it took time to get anyone else up to us. There were panic buttons and phone numbers and protocols. But when you are standing at the far end of that U at 3 in the morning, with every other door shut and the building humming around you, it feels like you are alone on your own little island of linoleum. Most nights on the unit existed in a strange balance between boredom and threat. You could have 3 hours straight of nothing but charting and quiet checks, weaving down the halls with your clipboard, listening to people snore and murmur in their sleep. Then, out of nowhere, someone would start screaming. A patient would throw a chair. A confused man would decide he needed to leave immediately and start pounding on the locked doors until his knuckles bled. Restraints. PRN meds. Rapid response teams from other floors suddenly there in your dim little world. Then everything would go still again, and you would be back at the nurse's station, staring at a computer screen, listening to fluorescent buzz and the soft squeak of your own shoes when you shifted your weight. I lived in that rhythm for years. Sunlight became a rumor. My sense of time shrank down to 4 walls, 2 halls, and the slow crawl of numbers on digital bedside clocks. It is strange, after all that, to sit in a quiet apartment and try to explain it to strangers on the internet. My living room looks nothing like a hospital. The carpet is stained in spots, but it is a dark, nondescript brown, not polished vinyl. The only light on right now is a cheap floor lamp in the corner, casting a warm circle onto the ceiling. The baseboard heater under the window clicks every so often as it cycles on and off, like someone tapping lightly on metal from the inside. Outside, somewhere on the street below, a car rolls past. Tires hiss on wet pavement. A dog barks once, annoyed, then goes quiet. I pause, fingers hovering above the keys. I am telling you all this so that when I get to the part with the bathroom stall and the eye looking back at me, you do not picture some movie version of a haunted asylum. You picture a real place in a real American city with staff who are overworked and underpaid, with patients who are more sad and sick than they are dangerous, with lights that flicker because the ballast is old, not because some spirit is playing with a switch. I am not trying to convince you of anything. Believe me or don't. I am mostly doing this to get it out of my own head and put it somewhere else. The fridge behind me clicks louder as it starts another cycle. The sound is almost like a fan turning on in a ceiling vent. I swallow and keep typing. Down the short hallway to my left, the bathroom door is sitting partly open. I left it that way earlier without thinking. From the couch, I can see just enough of the darkness beyond the frame to know that the light is off. The cheap little fan in the ceiling does not run unless the switch is on, so there is no sound from inside. Just a square of black. I should get up and close it. I do not. Instead, I tell you about the nurse's station, about the way the analog clock on the wall above it ticked just loud enough at night to drive you a little crazy if you stood under it too long. I tell you about the vending machine in the day room, how it made a hollow clunk every time someone bought a soda, the sound echoing down the hallway. I tell you about the automatic doors at the unit entrance, hissing and thunking when the evening shift left, leaving us behind in our fluorescent cave. I am in the middle of describing the red LEDs on the security cameras, how they blinked in their clear domes like tiny eyes watching everything when I hear it. From the bathroom at the end of my hallway, from behind the half-open door, there is a single sound, a heavy drop of water falling into still porcelain, not a trickle, not a constant drip, one slow, deliberate plop that seems louder than it should in the quiet apartment. I stop typing. The fridge keeps humming. A car door slams somewhere outside. The heater ticks. I tell myself it is just plumbing, old pipes, condensation. Whatever excuse I can grab that does not involve thinking about a hospital bathroom 3 floors up from a dark parking lot thousands of nights ago. I stare at the glow of my laptop screen until my reflection disappears into white. Then I start typing again, and I do not mention, at least not yet, that every time I hear a sound like that, my first instinct is to check the gap between a door and its frame before I let myself look inside. 1.2. First winter on the unit. My first winter on the unit did not feel like a horror story. It felt like trying to stay awake in a building that never really slept. I started in late October. By the time November rolled in, the darkness outside the 3rd floor windows came earlier and earlier. I would drive to work at 10:30 at night with the heater on full blast, windshield wipers scraping away slush. And by the time I badged through the hospital's side entrance, the place already had that hollow after-hours echo. The psych unit lived at the very end of a long beige hallway. The first time I walked down it for night shift, my shoes squeaked on the waxed floor and my badge bounced against my chest. Every door I passed was closed. The only light came from ceiling fixtures, humming softly with that fluorescent buzz I can still hear if a room is too quiet. The double doors to 3 East were waiting for me at the end, metal painted the same forgettable color as the walls, with 2 small rectangular windows set at eye level. One of those windows was covered from the inside with a piece of paper. No sharps beyond this point. I tapped my badge to the reader. The little light turned green. The magnetic lock released with a soft click, and the doors opened with that familiar hiss of air, followed by the heavy, padded thunk when they hit their stops. Dawn was sitting at the nurse's station when I walked in, leaning back in his rolling chair, one leg stretched out, a styrofoam cup of 2 a.m. gas station coffee resting on his stomach. He looked like he belonged there, like they had built the counter around him and just never moved him. He was in his 50s, hair gray at the sides, face carved with permanent lines that could be either smiles or frowns depending on the angle. His ID badge was upside down because he never bothered to fix the clip. There was always a faint smell of old coffee and cheap cologne around him. "You must be Nate," he said, not getting up. "New night guy." "That's me," I said. My voice sounded younger than I wanted it to. He pointed at the computer with his cup. "You know how to chart?" "I did 3 years on MedSurg," I said. He grunted approvingly. "You'll be fine. Psych's just MedSurg with more yelling and less walking." I smiled politely. I did not know yet how wrong that was. Serena appeared from behind the station, stuffing her earbuds into the pocket of her scrub top. She was mid-20s, small, quick, with a curly ponytail and a ring through one eyebrow. Her badge said Behavioral Health Technician. Someone had doodled a cartoon ghost on her ID photo with a ballpoint pen. "Hey," she said, "I'm Serena. I'm the one who actually does all the work while he sits here and pretends to supervise." Don raised his cup in her direction without looking at her. "Welcome to the night circus," he said. They gave me a tour. A real one, not the polished HR version. "That's the med room," Don said, pointing his cup toward a locked door with a keypad. "You'll need to memorize the code by next week. Don't let patients see you type it. They're not as sedated as they look." Serena walked me down the left hall, pointing at rooms. 301 through 310 over here, 311 through 320 over there. "We've got cameras at both ends," she said, tilting her head up to one of the clear domes in the ceiling, red light blinking steadily inside. "And one pointing at the entrance. If you hear yelling and don't know where it's coming from, check those first. Sometimes it's the TV, sometimes it's not." We passed the day room. The TV was off, its dark screen reflecting the dim light. Chairs sat in neat rows, like they were waiting for an audience. In the corner, a Coke machine hummed, its inside light casting a red glow on the floor. "And this," Serena said, stopping in front of a plain white door right across from the nurse's station, "is the most important room on the unit." She tapped the sign with her fingernail. "Staff restroom." "Guard this with your life," she said. "This is where you remember you're a person and not just a charting robot." Don wheeled his chair back a little so he could see us. "He's new," he said. "Teach him the rules." Serena held up her fingers and counted them off. "Rule 1, she said. "Never leave your badge on the counter. Patients are bored and fast, and we're locked in with them, not the other way around." Don added, "Rule 2, don't tell them your last name. First names only on nights. Day shift likes to be friendly. We like to be alive." "Rule 3, Serena said, looking at me. "Check bathrooms before every shift. Both of them, patient and staff. I don't care what the last nurse wrote in report. You look with your own eyes." It sounded intense for a bathroom, but I nodded. New job, new rituals. Those first weeks, The unit's nighttime scares were the normal kind. The kind you get used to if you do nights long enough. A patient would appear at the glass window of the nurse's station without a sound, face pressed to the pane, just standing there, watching you until you looked up and nearly jumped out of your chair. Another would rattle the medication room door at 2 in the morning, shaking the handle over and over despite the lock, mumbling about needing their pain pills right now, right now. Once I found a man in the day room in total darkness, standing in front of the TV with his hand hovering inches from the blank screen, like he was waiting for it to turn on by itself. Every creak of the building at night was louder, the heat coming on, the vents clicking, water moving in pipes behind the walls. When you are awake for too many nights in a row, your brain starts cataloging every sound without asking your permission. The staff bathroom quickly became my sanctuary. It was small. One sink, one mirror, always streaked with dried water, a paper towel dispenser you had to fight with, and a single stall at the back with a metal partition and a beige door that never quite closed without a little shove at the end. The ceiling was low enough that the fluorescent light felt closer than it should have been. When you stepped inside and locked the door, the sound changed instantly. The hallway noise, footsteps, murmurs, the distant TV, the tick of the clock, muffled to a distant underwater hum. The fan in the ceiling whirred to life with a soft, steady drone. The light overhead flickered once, then settled into a high-pitched buzz. Sometimes the pipes knocked for no reason, a hollow, metallic thud somewhere behind the wall, followed by the rushing sound of water filling a tank. The toilet's automatic flush was overly sensitive. It would go off when you shifted your weight, sending a sudden roar of water into the bowl that made you flinch the first few times. There was nothing truly unusual about any of this. Every hospital bathroom I have ever used has some combination of those sounds, but that room had a detail that lodged itself in my memory early on, even though I did not think much about it at the time. The stall door at the back did not fit perfectly against the frame of the metal partition. There was a narrow vertical strip of space, maybe half an inch wide, between the edge of the door and the post when it was closed. You could see it from the main part of the bathroom if you were washing your hands. A line of darker shadow where the light did not quite reach the floor on the other side. Everyone has seen that kind of gap in public restrooms. It is annoying. You do not really think about it. You just know you can see people's shoes if you look down, or a slice of their clothes if you happen to glance sideways. The first time I noticed it, all I thought was, great. Now I have to be careful not to make eye contact with a coworker while I'm on the toilet. The first truly odd thing that happened in there was small enough that I almost forgot about it. It was sometime in November. Cold enough outside that the windows in the patient rooms had a thin breath of condensation at the edges. The unit census was low. Most of our people were asleep or pretending to be. I ducked into the staff bathroom around 2 in the morning. I remember because I glanced at my watch as I locked the door. 2:06 a.m. I did what people do in bathrooms. I washed my hands longer than the posters on the wall told me to. The water ran lukewarm, swirling down the drain with a faint gurgle. I reached for the paper towel dispenser and smacked it with my palm to get the folded brown sheets to drop. As I stood there, wiping my hands, I heard the overhead speaker in the hallway crackle to life. The sound came through the closed bathroom door as a muffled, static-thick noise, like an old radio between stations. It didn't sound like the usual clear, clipped announcements we got. For a second, it was just hissing. Then there were shapes of words inside it. Or 3. Don't. I froze. Paper towel halfway to the trash. The fan in the ceiling kept whirring. The fluorescent light buzzed. I stared at the door, listening. Did they just... I muttered under my breath. The sound cut off mid-something. No beep. No polite little chime at the end. Just silence. I waited a heartbeat, then unlocked the door and stepped back into the hallway. The speaker above the nurse's station was dark and quiet. No one else reacted. Dawn was at the computer, typing with exaggerated slowness. Serena was seated at the far end of the station, sorting through a stack of charts. The analog clock ticked above their heads. Did an announcement just come through? I asked. Dawn didn't look up. Nope. I heard something, I said. Like the overhead, in the bathroom. Probably bleed through from another floor, he said. These speakers are ancient. Sometimes they burp. Serena smirked. You and every other nurse hearing voices in the bathroom, she said. Classic night shift symptom. I tossed my paper towel into the trash and tried to laugh it off. Maybe it's haunted, I said, nodding at the staff restroom door. This would be the place. Don snorted and finally glanced up at me, his eyes tired but sharp. If anything's haunted up here, he said, tapping his finger on the edge of the desk, it's the doors, not the rooms. I smiled, because that is what you do when an older nurse says something that sounds like it ought to be a joke. I smiled, and I went back to charting, and I did not realize until much later how much that one offhand line would bother me. Doors, not rooms. At the time, it was just one more weird thing said on one more long winter night. 1.3. First glimpse of Mrs. G. Every unit has that one patient people talk about differently, not louder, not in a dramatic way, just differently. A word dropped here, a look traded there, a chart passed from one hand to another with a slightly longer pause. On 3rd East, that patient was Mrs. G. Her full name was a long, multi-syllable thing with too many consonants. On the chart, it was written in tiny print, underlined and repeated in note after note stretching back decades. To us, she was just Mrs. G, said with a kind of rough affection, like she had become part of the furniture. The first time I really noticed her, it was about 3 in the morning on one of those early winter shifts. I was doing my rounds, walking the left arm of the U with my flashlight aimed low, the beam bouncing off the polished floor. Most of the doors were cracked open, just enough for us to peek in. Hospital policy. Give patients privacy, but not enough that they could do something dangerous unseen. As I walked, the soundtrack of the unit followed me. A low chorus of snores from different rooms, rising and falling out of sync. The steady hum of the HVAC system, pushing warm air through the vents. Somewhere, a patient coughed. A harsh, wet bark followed by a muttered swear. Far away, a cart rolled over a threshold with a soft bump, probably housekeeping on another floor. The analog clock above the nurse's station clicked over to 3:02 a.m. behind me. I couldn't see it, but I knew from the sound. That little metallic tick had already threaded itself into my sense of time. Room 309 was Mrs. G's. Her door was open a little wider than the others, enough that the pale slice of light from her wall fixture stretched out into the hall like a thin tongue. I paused, checked my round sheet, then nudged the door with my knuckles. "Mrs. G?" I kept my voice low. "It's Nate, just checking on you." She was not in bed. For a split second, with my brain still in autopilot, that fact hit me with an electric jolt of panic. Then my eyes adjusted to the shadows, and I saw her. She was sitting in the hard plastic chair near the foot of the bed, facing the doorway. Her small frame barely filled the seat. She wore the standard hospital gown under a faded cardigan someone had brought in from home, its knit cuffs hanging loose around her wrists. Her ankles were thin as broom handles, feet swallowed in gray hospital socks with rubber grips on the bottom. Her hair was a cloud of white around her head, wispy and fine, lit from behind by the nightlight above the bed, so it looked almost haloed. Her skin had that translucent look very old people sometimes get, like a layer of tissue paper had been stretched over blue veins and bone. Her eyes were open and fixed on the door. Not on me. Not really. On the rectangle of open space beyond me, where the hallway stretched away into dimness. "Hey, Mrs. G," I said softly, stepping fully into the room. "Couldn't sleep?" She blinked slowly, but didn't look at my face. Her gaze seemed to slide past me to the top of the door frame, the metal bar of the closer, the empty air above my head. "Do you know what time the doors change?" she asked. Her voice was dry, but not weak. It had a clarity that caught me off guard. I glanced at the digital clock on her bedside table, out of habit. 3:04 a.m. "It's just after 3, I said. "Wednesday night. Well, technically Thursday now." She didn't react to that. "The doors," she repeated. "Not the clocks. Nobody cares about the clocks." I said the doors. "Do you know what time they change?" I pulled the rolling stool closer and sat, just in case this turned into one of those long, meandering conversations that happen sometimes at night. There was a familiar, disorganized tone to her questions. I had seen it on MedSurg, people half in the present, half somewhere else entirely. "What do you mean change?" I asked. "Like people coming and going? Shift change?" She shook her head, impatient, like I was a slow student. "The numbers," she said. "Have they told you about the numbers yet?" Behind me, in the hall, something squeaked. Rubber on vinyl. A tech moving quietly in the dark. The HVAC kicked up a notch, the vent above the door letting out a soft, rushing sigh. I tried again. "Who is they, Mrs. G?" She lifted one hand, thin fingers trembling slightly, and made a vague circling motion toward the ceiling. "They. The ones who paint and plan and move things around. The ones who pretend walls are new just because they change the color." Her eyes flicked past me to the hallway again. "They think I don't remember, but I do." For a moment, There was something sharp in her gaze, a flash of intelligence cutting through the fog. It made me sit up a little straighter. "Okay," I said. "Help me out. What do you remember?" She stared at the doorway, breathing shallowly. "It used to be 3, she said. "Right there, 3. They can call it staff only. They can give it a new name. But the door knows. The hinges remember." I followed her line of sight, as if I might see a number carved into the wood above my head. The door looked like every other door, beige, standard hospital hardware, no room number on it at all. Her focus felt like a laser though, like she was looking at something I couldn't see. I had read her chart earlier in the week. Schizoaffective disorder, chronic, multiple admissions, delusions, paranoia, visual hallucinations. "Have you been feeling more anxious tonight?" I asked gently. "More worried about the doors?" She made a small sound that might have been a laugh, might have been a cough. "You think I'm afraid of the doors?" she asked. No. It's the things that use them I don't like." Her words made a little cold knot form at the base of my neck. Not because I believed her, but because of how casually she said it, like she was complaining about the weather. I shifted on the stool, the vinyl seat squeaking. "Can I get you anything?" I asked. "Water? Something to help you sleep?" She seemed to lose the thread of the conversation for a second. Her gaze drifted down to her hands in her lap, fingers picking at the hem of the cardigan. "Sleep," she murmured. "Sleeping is when you miss it, when they move the hallways around. You wake up and the numbers are wrong." I checked her water cup on the bedside table. It was half full. I picked it up, held it out to her. "Take a sip for me?" She complied mechanically, lips barely parting, the water barely moving. I set the cup back down and checked the whiteboard on the wall for her last PRN. She had already had something for anxiety earlier in the shift. Too soon for more. "Okay," I said gently. "It's 3 in the morning. You're at the hospital on 3 East. Your name is Mrs. G. I'm Nate, the night nurse. You're safe here. The doors are the same as they were last night." She didn't argue out loud, but the look she gave me said she didn't agree. From down the hall, a patient snorted in his sleep, then began snoring again, louder this time. Another coughed, a dry, hacking sound that bounced off the walls. Somewhere, metal clinked against metal as someone adjusted a tray. A cart rolled over a doorway bump, the wheels making a dull thud. Those sounds were comforting, normal, the backdrop of my job. "Try to rest if you can," I said, standing up. "I'll be right outside if you need anything." I took a step back toward the door. She watched me, eyes fixed somewhere over my shoulder. "Do you ever think about what might be standing on the other side before you open it?" she asked suddenly. I paused with my hand on the edge of the door. "Which door?" I said lightly. "We have a lot of them up here." She didn't smile. "Any of them," she said. "All of them. The wrong ones, most of all." I told myself it was just disorganized speech, treated it like any other late-night anxiety spiral. I nodded, tried to soften my tone. "If you feel scared, you can press your call button," I said. "We'll come. That's what we're here for." Her eyes slid away from me, back to the open space of the doorway. the empty hall beyond. "Silly boy," she muttered, almost too quiet to catch. "You still think they come when you call?" I let the comment pass. You can only challenge so much in a 10-minute check. "Good night, Mrs. G," I said. I stepped out into the hallway, pulling the door mostly shut behind me. The hinge gave a soft whine. The latch clicked into place with a sound that seemed louder than it ought to have been, a sharp little metal bite in the quiet. For a moment, I just stood there, listening. The HVAC hummed. The clock ticked. A low murmur drifted from another room, where Serena was probably soothing someone back to bed. The day room was a yawning, dark rectangle at the end of the corridor. I started walking back toward the nurse's station, clipboard in hand, eyes scanning the other doors out of habit. Halfway there, I heard her voice again. "You should not follow things that go through the wrong door." It came from behind me, clear and sharp, cutting through the padded quiet like a knife. I stopped dead, turned. Her door was still 3 inches open, just enough that the slice of light from inside spilled onto the floor. I could see the edge of her bed, the shadow of her chair. From where I stood, her back was to me. Her head was turned toward the far wall, profile hidden. "Mrs. G?" I called softly. She didn't move. I waited another few seconds, straining to hear anything else. The building breathed around me. Vents, distant rolling carts, the smallest creaks of settling. Nothing. I told myself I must have misheard, that maybe another patient had spoken, and my brain had tagged the voice as hers because I had just been in her room. Still, as I walked back to the nurse's station, the words repeated themselves under the tick of the clock and the hum of the vents. "You should not follow things that go through the wrong door." I didn't know what that meant yet. It lodged somewhere behind my ribs anyway, small and cold, waiting. 2.1 Night shift patterns and the door numbers. After a while, nights on the unit stopped feeling like 12 separate hours and more like one long loop. If you have never worked nights in a hospital, you might think time drags. It does. But it drags in a very particular pattern. Enough repetition, and the clock feels less like a circle and more like a track you run over and over until your feet know every bump. Midnight was med pass. I would stand at the cart with its squeaky wheels and its sticky drawer handles, popping pills into tiny plastic cups, double-checking names and dosages under the harsh light of the medication room. The hall would be dim and quiet, but behind every half-open door, there was a different kind of sleep. Some heavy and drugged, some restless, some feigned. I would move from 301 down one side of the U, then back up the other. 320, my last stop, before returning to the station. 2 in the morning was vitals. That meant cuffs and thermometers, and apologizing in whispers to people who had finally drifted off. The night log sheet sat on my clipboard, a grid of room numbers and little boxes where I wrote blood pressures and heart rates and oxygen saturation levels in neat, tired handwriting. We were supposed to mark door checks too. Little check marks in the margin showing we had laid eyes on each doorway, that no one had barricaded themselves in or slipped out. 4 in the morning was labs. Phlebotomy didn't always make it up to psych on time, so sometimes the nurses did it. I hated sticking people at that hour, but if their lab draw was scheduled for 6, we had to get the blood down to the basement early. There is something especially vulnerable about an arm in a hospital gown at 4 a.m. Pale skin, blue veins, a rubber tourniquet tight around the bicep, while the rest of the building dreams, or pretends to. 5 in the morning was pre-breakfast chaos. Some patients woke up ravenous, buzzing with hunger, and whatever morning meds were kicking in. Others woke up furious that they were still here. Trays were assembled. Coffee was brewed that somehow smelled better than it tasted. Orders were checked and rechecked. At some point in there, day shift would start to trickle in. Faces puffy with sleep, arms full of fresh charts and half-finished fast food bags. Between those points on the loop, there were stretches of blank space that we filled with charting, quiet checks, and the kind of conversations you only have at 3 in the morning when your brain is too tired to put up a filter. The unit's numbering system was simple on paper. Patient rooms ran from 301 to 320. The numbers marching down one side of the U and back up the other. Each plaque outside the door, a little rectangle of plastic with black printed numerals. The day room had no number, just day room in block letters. Storage closets in the tiny interview room had their own cryptic labels. 3 util, 3 meat. The staff bathroom, the one across from the nurses' station, didn't have a normal room number either. On the maintenance printouts I occasionally glimpsed, it was listed as 3B Staff Lab. Someone had written that once on a piece of masking tape and stuck it inside the door frame where only staff would see. The patients just knew it as the one we're not allowed to use. Emergency exits at both ends of the halls bore the same glowing green exit signs as everywhere else in the hospital. Heavy fire doors with push bars and alarms that would shriek if you opened them without disarming the system. I checked those doors at the start of every shift, hand on cold metal, just like I checked the patient room doors and the bathroom doors, ticking little boxes next to each 301, 302, 303. On nights when things were quiet, Serena and I would lean on the nurse's station counter and stare at the security monitors. There were 4 quadrants on the screen. Top left showed the far end of the left hall. Top right, the far end of the right hall. Bottom left, the day room. Bottom right, the double doors at the entrance. All grayscale. All grainy, like old home video footage. The red LEDs on the physical cameras pulsed in the corners of the ceilings, reminding us we were always being watched. "Looks like the world's most depressing video game," Serena said once, chewing on the end of a pen as she watched the tiny rectangles of hallway. "Yeah," I said, "we're the NPCs that never go home." One night, early December, we were both at the station after MedPass, staring at the monitors out of habit. Dawn was in the break room behind us, microwaving something that smelled like burnt cheese. Nothing much was happening. In the top left quadrant, the far hall was empty. Doors closed except for one where a nightlight bled a small halo into the corridor. In the top right, the other hall looked the same. The day room feed showed empty chairs and the Coke machine's glowing front panel. The entrance camera showed the double doors, shut. I was halfway through a sip of my lukewarm coffee when Serena squinted and leaned closer to the screen. "Hey," she said, "look at that." In the top left feed, one of the doors was moving. At first, I thought it was a trick of the crappy camera quality, the way the light shimmered. But no. The door, room 307, if I was orienting myself right, was slowly drifting from half open to almost shut, the thin, pale wedge of light from inside narrowing until it disappeared completely. We both turned to look down the actual hallway. From where we stood, we could see all the way to the bend. The door to 307 was already closed, firmly, no light spilling out. The other doors looked exactly as they had a moment before. I turned back to the monitor. On screen, the door was still in motion, easing shut in slow, jerky frames, then stopping. "I thought you said this thing was live," I said. "It is," Serena said, but she sounded less sure. "I mean, mostly. Maybe it's just glitching." We watched as the grainy image settled into stillness that matched what we saw with our own eyes. 4 doors, all shut, still hall, nothing moving. Don came out, holding his hot plastic bowl in his bare hands and hissing as the heat burned his fingers. "What are we staring at?" he asked. "Door lag," Serena said. "Hollywood-level special effects." He glanced at the screen, then at the real hallway, and shrugged. "Old wiring," he said. "These monitors pick up all kinds of weird delays. Don't trust them if someone's really trying to hurt you. Trust your ears and your feet." I tried to let it go. It was easier to blame the equipment than to think too hard about pictures of doors moving at a time that didn't quite match reality. Somewhere down the left hall, behind one of those numbered rectangles, Mrs. G was awake. In the weeks after that first late-night conversation with her, she became part of my own loop. Every time I walked past 309, I found myself glancing in a little longer, waiting to see if she was sitting in that chair, watching the doorway. Sometimes she was asleep, curled on her side, blankets pulled up to her chin, the pale fan of her hair spread across the pillow. Sometimes she was pacing slow, barefoot laps between the bed and the window, mumbling words I couldn't catch. Sometimes she was just sitting there, eyes on the door. She started asking me the same questions on different nights, like her brain had slipped its gears, but was still trying to turn the same cogs. "Do you know what time you're scheduled to switch doors tonight?" she asked one Tuesday when I came in for a 3 a.m. check. I was standing by her bed with my stethoscope, counting her pulse. Her hand was small and cool in mine, skin like tissue paper over ropey veins. "We're not switching any doors," I said, "just doing vitals. It's 3:07 a.m. She shook her head, eyes drifting past me toward the hallway. "Not clocks," she said. "The numbers. They always switch the numbers at 3. I tried to keep my voice light. "The room numbers? Those little signs outside?" She made a face, like I had said something stupid. "You'll see," she murmured. "They'll tell you, or they won't. They like to pretend they don't know either." "Who's they, Mrs. G?" I asked. She sighed, a papery sound. "The ones who moved 3, she said. "The ones who put the bathroom where it doesn't belong." Her words settled in my chest like a handful of small stones. I thought you were sleeping better, I said gently. Has it been worse tonight? She didn't answer, her gaze fixed on the door again. Outside, in the hallway, the analog clock above the nurse's station ticked. I couldn't see it, but the sound was clear in the stillness between our breaths. The second hand stepped from 259 to 3I with a tiny metallic click that seemed louder than every other tick that came before it, like a tiny hammer in the skull of the floor. It's 3 in the morning, Mrs. G, I said, more for myself than for her. You're in room 309 on 3 East. We're in Ohio. I'm Nate. You're safe. She smiled without humor. Safe from what? She asked. The ones who use the doors, or the doors that use the ones? I had no answer to that. It sounded like word salad, like the kind of tangled logic I had seen on charts for years. I told myself that was all it was. Later, back at the nurse's station, filling in boxes on the night log sheet, I found my pen slowing every time I wrote a 3. 303, 307, 309. The curves of the number looked wrong to me, slightly off kilter, like they belonged on a different page. The camera monitors glowed in the corner of my vision. The entrance feed showed the double doors shut, unmoving. The 2 hallway feeds showed identical rows of doors, all with their plaques, all solid and still. The clock on the wall ticked. 2:57, 2:58, 2:59. Every night, that tiny jump from 2:59 to 3 started to feel heavier, like something on the unit shifted just a fraction of an inch whenever that second hand crossed the 12. I would tell myself it was just my imagination, the way a tired brain looks for patterns in noise. The problem with working nights is that once your mind starts noticing patterns, it doesn't know how to stop. 2.2. The staff bathroom as neutral zone. On a locked psych unit, you do not get many places that feel like they belong to you. The halls belong to the patients. The day room belongs to whoever gets the remote first. The nurse's station is technically ours, but it is open on all sides, a little island of counters and computers in the middle of other people's noise and need. Even the break room feels borrowed, with its recycled chairs and shared fridge full of food that never quite stays where you left it. The staff bathroom was different. From my first month on 3 East, there was an unspoken agreement about that room. Sometimes it was spoken, actually, in the way only night staff can say something half-joking and entirely serious at the same time. If someone's in there, Don said once, stirring powdered creamer into his coffee, don't bang on the door unless the unit is literally on fire. And even then, give them 15 seconds. Serena called it the decompression chamber. People went in there to pee, sure, but also to lean against the wall with their eyes closed for 60 seconds. To cry very quietly where no one could see. To text their partner back. To just breathe without somebody asking for something. I have seen seasoned nurses come out of that room with red eyes and a smile already stapled back onto their faces, ready to walk into a code or a family meeting like nothing had cracked. It was a nothing room. That was what made it so valuable. You go in. You lock the door. For a tiny sliver of your shift, the only body you are responsible for is your own. Inside, everything sounded a little different. My footsteps echoed on the tile in a way they never did out in the carpeted nurse's station. A hollow, slightly wet slap when my soles hit the floor, followed by a faint reverberation that died quickly against the painted cinderblock walls. The walls themselves were thin enough that hallway sounds filtered through, but muffled. The overhead pager system, when it clicked on, sounded like someone talking underwater on the other side of a swimming pool. Footsteps in the hall translated into vague thumps. The squeak of a gurney wheel somewhere down the line became a distant, rubbery whine. The light switch by the door had its own rhythm. You would push it up, and there would be this tiny, breath-held pause before the fluorescent tube overhead stuttered once, twice, spitting out a weak bluish flicker, and then finally came on with a soft, buzzing drone. It was only a second, maybe less, but you noticed it. You learned to expect that heartbeat of darkness between intention and illumination. The fan in the ceiling kicked in a half second after the light caught. A low, steady whir that blended with the buzz so completely that you only heard it when you focused on it. It circulated the same slightly stale air, scented with industrial cleaner and whatever too strong perfume the last staff member to use the room wore. The stall at the back was the only break in the plainness. Beige metal partition, beige door, silver latch. The automatic flush sensor was mounted on the wall behind the toilet. A small black eye that watched you coldly and decided when you were done. Most nights, the weirdest thing that happened in there was the flush going off when you shifted your weight or dropped a piece of toilet paper into the bowl at the wrong angle. Annoying, but not alarming. Just more of the building's mechanical indignities. The first time the bathroom bothered me in a way I couldn't shake, it started exactly that way, with something the rational part of my brain tried very hard to file under annoying, not alarming. It was a quiet night in early December. Quiet, as in, no one was screaming, no one was trying to leave, no one was actively throwing furniture. The kind of quiet that makes you more aware of your own body. The ache in your lower back, the grit in your eyes, the way your bladder suddenly insists on being noticed. I checked the monitors, empty halls, dark day room, entrance doors closed, and told Dawn I would be right back. "Bring me my sanity if you see it in there," he said, eyes on the chart he was typing. I pushed the staff bathroom door open with my shoulder and hit the light switch. That familiar half-second delay. The tube overhead flickered, sputtered, then came fully to life with its usual hum. The fan joined in, a soft undercurrent. I locked the door more out of habit than necessity. There was a hook on the back where some long-ago nurse had hung a coat and stretched it out at the shoulders. Now it stood empty. The mirror over the sink showed a version of me I was already tired of, pale, with faint shadows under my eyes, hair mashed awkwardly where my stethoscope had rubbed against it. I used the toilet, then stood at the sink, washing my hands under the lukewarm stream. The faucet handles squeaked when I turned them, metal against metal, like an old throat clearing itself. Soap foamed between my fingers, white and slick. As I rubbed my hands together, the automatic flush in the stall went off. It was loud in the small room, a sudden roar of water. I flinched, shoulders jumping, even though I was nowhere near the sensor. The sound swirled around the tile and up to the ceiling, then subsided into a gurgling glug as the tank refilled. "Okay," I muttered, half to myself, half to the invisible, overeager sensor. "Calm down. Automatic flushers misfire. They are designed badly, set too sensitive, reacting to shadows or slight changes in light. Normal explanation." I let my heart rate come back down and kept washing, the water turning off with a sharp jerk of the handle. I reached for the paper towel dispenser. It was one of those old, sticky manual ones you had to hit just right. I slapped the bottom. A stiff, brown towel slid out with a rasp. I tore it off and started drying my hands. That was when the overhead speaker crackled to life. The sound came from above and slightly behind me, filtered through the ceiling and the door. It was muffled, distant, but unmistakable. The noise the hospital intercom made right before an announcement. Normally, there's a little chime, a tone, then a clear, clipped voice. Code blue to ICU. Environmental services to emergency department. Transport to radiology. This was not that. It started as static, a harsh hiss that made the hair on the back of my neck lift. Then, buried in it, there were shapes of syllables, like someone trying to speak through a bad connection. 4, 3, don't. The rest dissolved into white noise. I froze, one hand halfway to the trash can with the used paper towel, the other still damp. For a second, I thought I'd misheard, that my brain was stitching random sounds into almost words. But the rhythm was there, the cadence of a sentence. Door 3, don't. Did they just say door 3? I said under my breath. The fan whirred, the fluorescent light buzzed. The automatic flush, blessedly, stayed silent. The speaker crackled once more, a quick, sharp pop, then went quiet. A beat later, the bathroom felt smaller. The air seemed thicker. I suddenly became unreasonably aware of the stall behind me, of the narrow gap between the edge of its door and the partition. I could see the strip of darker shadow at the bottom of my vision without turning my head. I threw the paper towel away, unlocked the door, and stepped out into the hallway faster than I normally would have. The soundscape outside was different. The hallway speaker above the nurse's station was already mid-announcement as I emerged, but this one was the usual clear kind, and it was talking about something completely mundane. Environmental services to emergency department, the voice said. Environmental services to emergency department. No mention of any door, no numbers. Just the standard hospital drone. Dawn was at the computer, typing one-handed while using the other to shovel forkfuls of something unidentifiable from a plastic container into his mouth. Serena was leaning over the counter with a stack of charts, tapping a pen against her teeth in rhythm with the clock. "Did you hear that announcement?" I asked, a little too quickly. "The one about ER?" Dawn said, around a mouthful. "Yeah, some poor tech spilled something again." "No, before that," I said. "Like a weird one, in the bathroom." Serena looked up, squinting at me. "Weird how?" "Just garbled," I said, suddenly aware of how insane "Door 3 don't go" was going to sound out loud. Like the intercom cut off. I thought it said something about a door, Then it stopped, and the regular one started. Don snorted. "Those speakers are older than I am," he said. "They pick up all kinds of junk. EMS radios, other floors. One time, I swear, I heard a baseball game in there." "It's always in there, though," Serena added, nodding toward the staff bathroom door. "You notice that? The weird ones. People complain about the announcements in the hall being too quiet, but that little echo chamber gets all the creepy ones." I tried to laugh. It came out thin. "So it's not just me," I said. "Good to know." "You're not special," she said, smirking. "Last winter, there was this guy, Miguel, float nurse from MedSurg. He swore he kept hearing someone say his name over the intercom, only when he was in the staff bathroom." Don rolled his eyes. "He also swore the coffee was better on nights," he said. The man was clearly unstable. "I thought he filed an incident report," I said, trying to sound casual. "He did," Serena said. "Wrote like a whole essay about unidentified male voice on overhead system and personal name used without authorization. Risk management loved that. He quit before spring anyway. Went to home health. Said he was tired of doors slamming behind him." The clock above the station ticked. 2:58, 2:59. I glanced back at the bathroom door. It was closed now. From this angle, it looked like any other door on the unit. Plain, beige, harmless. The little label inside the frame, 3B Staff Lav, was hidden from view. So was the gap beneath the stall door, and the empty space where a voice I wasn't supposed to hear had just threaded a few ruined syllables into the noise. I told myself it was nothing. Old speakers, crossed wires, the building breathing weird. Then somewhere down the hall, a patient laughed in their sleep, a short, sharp bark that cut off too fast. It bounced off the walls, echoed once, and was gone. The hair on my arm stayed up a little longer than they should have. 2.3. The missing patient incident. The first time a patient vanished on my watch, it happened on a night that was already burning itself into my nerves for other reasons. It was late January. Snow had piled up in the parking lot in uneven dunes, half melted by day and refrozen into hard ridges at night. Every time someone came through the main entrance downstairs, a knife of cold air slid up the stairwell and seeped under the unit doors. Inside 3 East, the shift started badly. Around 11:30, one of our newer admissions, a big guy in his 30s with meth still leaking out of his pores, decided he'd had enough of being on a locked unit. He started small, pacing, muttering, hands running through his hair. By midnight, he was pounding on the double doors, shouting that we were keeping him against his will. By 12:15, he was hurling a chair at the nurse's station window. We called it code gray. If you have never heard that overhead, it has its own rhythm. A high-pitched ding, then a calm voice naming a floor and a unit and the words, combative patient. It sounds controlled, professional. It does not sound like what it looks like when 5 or 6 people in scrubs sprint down a hallway because someone who is out of their mind has decided you are the enemy. Lights came up brighter. Footsteps thundered across the vinyl as security and med-surg staff burst through the doors. The overhead speaker kept repeating, Code Gray, 3 East, Code Gray, 3 East. like we needed reminding. The portable monitor we dragged in beeped in quick, frantic little bursts as we tried to get vitals in the middle of the chaos. There is a special kind of tunnel vision that happens during a code. Your world shrinks to the radius of the person you're trying to restrain, the limbs you're trying not to get kicked by, the syringe you're trying to draw up while your hands shake. Everything else smears into background noise. Somewhere in that smear, certain things slip through the cracks. Later, when we counted bodies, we realized exactly what. The code itself went about as well as those things ever do. We got the patient down without anyone getting seriously hurt. He screamed, he spat, he threatened to sue. We gave him what the order said aloud. Within minutes, his eyes were fighting to stay open, his arms heavy. Security backed off. We loosened the restraints as soon as it was safe. When the adrenaline started to drain out of my system, my hands felt like someone else's. Too big, too clumsy. The skin on my neck was hot. My heart thudded in slow, rubbery beats, like it was catching up to everything we had just done. "Okay," Don said, breathing hard as he adjusted the monitor cuff on the guy's arm. "That's our cardio for the week. Serena, you good?" "I need like 12 cigarettes," she said, leaning in the doorway with her hands on her knees. The unit was non-smoking, obviously. We all pretended not to know where she sneaked outside on breaks. "Check the rest of the unit," Don said. "Make sure no one else decided to take a field trip during the show." That was when we realized one of them already had. It started as a small absence, a blank spot where a person should have been. I went to the nurse's station to update the notes from the code. As I walked past the whiteboard, my eyes skimmed the list of room numbers and names without really reading them. Then something snagged. Room 315. No little magnet next to it. No quick note in dry erase about in day room or in shower. "Hey," I called out to Serena, who was already halfway down the left hall. "Have you seen Mr. Halpern?" She stopped and turned. "He was watching TV during MedPass," she said. "Why?" "He's not in his room," I said, "and he's not on the board." She made a face. "Of course he isn't," she muttered. "The quiet ones always wander when we're wrestling the loud ones." Mr. Halpern was one of our walkers, mid-60s, tall but thin, always in motion. He drifted up and down the hall like a ghost with a slight stoop, hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed on some point just ahead of him. His chart said things like major depression with psychotic features and cognitive decline. He wasn't aggressive. He just wandered. We had reminders taped inside the nurse's station. Redirect, don't restrain. Engage politely. Do not let him follow staff into restricted areas. Tonight, we had lost track of him. "I'll check the rooms and day room," I said. "You do the far hall?" "Don, take the near side," Serena called back. "Check by the bathroom and med room. He always drifts over there." Don grunted in acknowledgement. We split. As I moved down the hall, every open doorway became a small mystery. Room 311. An elderly woman snoring with her mouth open, TV screen lighting her face blue. Room 313. A young guy curled on his side, earbuds still in, one hand clutching the cord. Day room, empty chairs, TV off, Coke machine humming to itself, the front panel's red glow reflecting in the window. "Mr. Halpern?" I called quietly as I walked. "Sir? It's Nate. Where'd you wander off to?" No answer. My sneakers squeaked on the floor. My own breath sounded too loud. In the background, overhead paging continued on autopilot. Respiratory therapy to ICU. Transport to radiology. A distant elevator bell chimed as someone somewhere rode up or down. Somewhere closer, a portable monitor beeped twice, then settled into a steady rhythm. I looped back toward the nurse's station, heart rate starting to pick up again. Losing a patient on a locked unit is one of those nightmares they warn you about in orientation. You start imagining the worst. Someone slipping through a door right when it opens. Someone making it to the stairwell. Someone trying those glowing exit bars. As I came around the curve of the U, the staff bathroom door came into view. It was closed. That shouldn't have meant anything. It was closed half the time when no one was in there. But somewhere in the back of my head, a little counter ticked up one notch. I walked up and tried the handle. Locked. "Dawn," I called, knocking lightly. "You in there?" No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. "Hey, you all right?" Silence. Not even the low, muffled sounds you'd expect from someone rustling around inside. No toilet flushing, no water running. Something cold slid under my ribs. I pulled my badge from my pocket, swiped it against the little black rectangle mounted beside the frame. The lock gave a soft click. The handle moved easily now. I opened the door. The light was on. The fan whirred. The air smelled faintly of cleaner and something else. Old aftershave, maybe. That metallic tang of hospital plumbing. And there, standing in front of the stall, was Mr. Halpern. He was rooted to the spot, about a foot away from the beige metal door, his thin shoulders hunched, hands hanging at his sides. Hospital socks on his feet, pajama pants puddling a little at his ankles. He was staring at the narrow vertical gap between the edge of the stall door and the partition like it was the only thing in the world. For a moment, I just stood in the doorway, heart pounding so loudly in my ears that it drowned out the fan. The toilet behind the door had just flushed. I could hear the water still running, loud in the small room, then settling into the low, echoing glug of pipes refilling. The sound vibrated in the tiles under my shoes. "Mr. Halpern," I said, forcing my voice to stay calm. "Hey, you scared us." He didn't look at me. "He went back in," he said. His voice was flat. Not excited, not frightened, just stating something. I stepped in, careful not to startle him, and kept my tone soft. "Who went back in, sir?" His eyes didn't move from the gap. "Wrong door," he murmured. "Always the wrong door. He knows." The hairs on my arms prickled. "Okay," I said slowly. "Let's get you back to your room, all right? This is for staff." I reached for his elbow, fingers gentle on the loose skin. He let me guide him, but his head turned as we moved, like his gaze was reluctant to leave that sliver of space beside the stall door. As we stepped into the hallway, Serena appeared at the other end. "Got him?" she called, relief in her voice. "Yeah," I said. "He was in the staff bathroom." "Of course he was," she muttered, walking toward us. You can't resist that forbidden sign? We walked him back to 315. He lay down without protest, eyes already distant. I pulled the blankets up and made a note to add wandering into restricted area to his chart with all the right clinical language. Redirected, no distress, no harm to self or others. Later, after the unit calmed back down, and the code gray was nothing but scribbles on the night log sheet and a little extra tension in everyone's shoulders, I found myself at the nurse's station, staring up at the security monitors. The hallway feeds showed their rectangles as usual: doors, empty floor, occasional movement as Serena passed by on her rounds, or a patient shuffled to the bathroom. "Can you rewind the left hall?" I asked Don, gesturing with my chin. He sighed, set down his coffee, and tapped at the buttons under the monitor. The grainy image jumped backward, then played forward in jerky time lapse until we hit the window around the code gray. "There," I said. "Slow down." We watched. Tiny version of me and Serena hustling down the hall, heading toward the shouting. Staff rushing in. Chaos blinking in grayscale. Then quiet. Nurses drifting off again. And then, at 2:59 a.m., a small stick figure version of Mr. Halpern appeared at the far end of the left hall. He walked with that same unhurried shuffle, hands behind his back. He passed room 313, room 311, head tilted slightly, as if listening for something only he could hear. He walked up to the staff bathroom door. On the screen, the door was half open, that thin, familiar wedge of darkness inside. Mr. Halpern moved right up to it, and then, in the next frame, the door was closed. No in-between. No image of him reaching for the handle. No sliver of his body between door and frame. 1 second, gap. Next second, solid rectangle of beige, sealed. I leaned closer. "Did we skip?" I asked. "Did it jump?" Don squinted. "These things only record like a frame every second," he said. "Sometimes it'll look jumpy. Bad angle too. That camera's old." We watched the rest on fast forward. Minutes later, the door opened again, and a tiny version of me appeared, badge in hand, pulling it wide. A dot that represented Mr. Halpern, visible just inside. The timestamp in the corner blinked softly. 2:59:12. 2:59:13. Then when the frame with the closed door appeared, 3 Frau, Fair, 3:00. The analog clock above our real heads ticked softly now, closer to 4 in the morning, but I could still hear that other tick, the one in the grainy footage, the second hand crossing an invisible line between 1 minute and the next. "See?" Don said, leaning back. "Bad angle. Probably just missed him going in. Door shut a little late on camera. Technology sucks." He picked up his coffee again, the conversation already over in his mind. I nodded because that was the easy thing to do. But later, when I lay on the cot in the empty office for my 15-minute break, the image replayed behind my eyes. That thin figure walking toward a half-open door, the gap of darkness waiting, and then the sudden, complete absence of any in-between as the door snapped from almost open to fully shut right as the clock in the corner rolled from 2:59 to 3 hour. And under that, like a faint echo of a voice through a bathroom ceiling, I heard Mr. Halpern's flat tone again. He went back in. Wrong door. 3.1. Decorations and false comfort hospitals try hard to look less like hospitals in December. Ours wasn't any different. Sometime right after Thanksgiving, day shift nurses came in on their off hours with plastic bags from the dollar store and the craft aisle at Walmart. By the time I rolled in for my 11:15 shift that week, 3 East had been dressed up like a kid who didn't quite understand the dress code. Someone had wrapped cheap tinsel around the nurse's station, looping it over the edges of the counter so it drooped in sad, sparkling swags. Silver strands, a little crushed already from elbows and coffee cups. There was a string of battery-powered fairy lights taped along the back edge where the computer sat, winking in and out behind the monitor bases. At the far end of the left hall, near the big window that looked out over the parking lot, they'd set up a small fake tree. One of those skinny things on a metal stand, branches stiff and too symmetrical. The kind you buy on sale because it's good enough. Someone had threaded multicolored lights through its plastic needles. They blinked on an endless cycle, red, green, blue, yellow, reflected in the dark glass behind it. Paper snowflakes were taped to some of the patient room doors. You could tell which ones had been cut by staff and which had been done by patients during occupational therapy. The staff ones were neat, balanced. The patient ones sometimes had too many jagged points, or a chunk torn out where someone cut too deep. Names were written in marker across the centers: James, Ellie, Mrs. G, Halpern. On the surface, it almost worked. If you squinted, the unit looked festive, warm even. Then you looked closer. The tinsel around the station glinted dully in fluorescent light that had never heard of warm. The trees' blinking colors reflected in the eyes of people who hadn't had a visitor in weeks. The snowflakes fluttered when doors opened, brushing against hands with ivy bruises and wristband indentations. Christmas in Psych is strange. The people who can go home for the holiday usually do. What you're left with are the ones who can't. The too dangerous, the too sad, the too disoriented, the ones whose families can't or won't take them back even for a day. On Christmas Eve, that divide feels sharper. By the time I came in that night, a lot of patients had already had visitors. You could tell by the debris. A half-deflated mylar balloon tied to the foot of a bed. A sticky coffee cup from the downstairs Starbucks sitting on a side table. A cheap stuffed animal with a red ribbon around its neck abandoned in a chair. The air in the hallways had that lingering smell of too many different perfumes stuck to the same recycled air. Now, most of the families were gone. Visiting hours ended early for the holidays. People had dinners and church services and their own living rooms to get back to. The last stragglers shuffled toward the elevators with coats half on, talking over their shoulders, promising to be back tomorrow for sure. I passed one woman in the main hospital hallway on my way up, still crying as she walked, clutching a gift bag with nothing left in it. On the unit, day shift had done their usual disappearing act. There were crumbs of store-bought cookies on the break room table, and a disposable tray with smeared frosting clinging to the corners. Someone had brought in those red and green sugar cookies that look better than they taste. By the time nights rolled around, all that was left were the broken ones and a fine dusting of sprinkles on the cheap paper tablecloth. The coffee pot on the warmer was half full. It had been sitting there long enough that it smelled burnt, that thick, acrid scent that clung to the back of your throat when you poured a cup anyway because it was there and you were tired. "Merry Christmas," Don said when I stepped through the double doors, like it was a joke no one had explained to him properly. He raised his styrofoam cup in a mock toast. There was a candy cane stuck in his scrub pocket, bent at the hook. "Feels real festive," I said, setting my bag down and logging into the computer. "You get anything from Santa yet?" "Heartburn," he said, "and 3 extra Ativan orders." Serena was leaning against the counter, flipping through charts. Someone had given her a headband with 2 glittery reindeer antlers on springs. They bobbed when she nodded at me. "Day shift ate all the good cookies," she said. "We are down to crumbs and whatever that is." She jerked her thumb toward the break room. "Pretty sure it's a fruitcake, but it might be a doorstop." We did report. The ritual handoff. Names and room numbers. Who had been crying. Who had tried to hoard meds. Who was on suicide precautions. Who had talked to themselves non-stop about the end of the world since Tuesday. Mrs. G had been more talkative about doors again, according to the day shift nurse, but redirectable. Mr. Halpern had wandered twice, once toward the nurse's station, once toward the exit, both times gently turned around. Then day shift slipped out, a little surge of voices and footsteps as they flowed through the doors and into the elevator lobby, coats rustling, bags slung over shoulders. The unit doors closed behind them with that soft hiss and solid thunk that always felt like a lock engaging in my chest. The staff for the night were just the 3 of us, me, Dawn, and Serena, and a float nurse named Kay, who would spend half her shift covering another med-surg floor and come up only for meds and codes. Thin coverage, thinner than I liked on a regular night. On a holiday night, when patients' moods swung harder and faster, it felt like a dare. The soundtrack of the unit that Christmas Eve was layered, familiar and wrong all at once. In the day room, the TV had been claimed by a guy in his 20s with a patchy beard and a sweatshirt 2 sizes too big. He had put on some ancient Christmas movie, one of those old black and white ones where everyone talks too fast and drinks too much, and fallen asleep halfway through. The volume was turned low, but the dialogue still drifted down the hall in little bursts. Laughter canned decades ago, a musical swell that never quite reached a climax before it got swallowed by the building's hum. Every now and then, the hospital-wide overhead system chimed. A clearer voice than usual rolled over every floor. "Merry Christmas to all staff and patients from administration," it said once, too cheerful, like a recorded message from some executive who went home hours ago. Another time, it was a priest from the chapel announcing midnight mass on the first floor over the intercom. His words echoing up through tile and air vents to land oddly in locked wards and half-lit corridors. Far away, down in the guts of the building, an elevator bell dinged. It sounded faint from where we were, a small, high chime wrapped in layers of concrete and metal. I always thought of it as a bell in the fog, there, but not really for us. Closer, the noises were more mundane. The friction of chart folders sliding against each other on the counter. The tap of Don's fingertips on the keyboard. The soft squeak of my sneakers when I shifted my weight. Serena's pen clicking in an irregular rhythm as she stared at the census list. From the patient rooms came a patchwork of sound. A snore here, a cough there. Someone muttering deliriously into their pillow. A woman down the hall cried quietly for a few minutes, then stopped, her sobs tapering off into hiccups. A man with headphones on in 312 laughed at something only he could hear, then swore under his breath when the punchline didn't land. It would have been almost cozy if you squinted hard enough and ignored everything you knew. Tinsel, tree lights, a low movie, people sleeping, staff leaning on counters with coffee cups, making dark jokes to each other about holiday overtime. From a distance, it could have been any late-night job, but the longer I stood there, the more the decorations started to feel like someone had draped bright wrapping paper over something that was already cracked. The tinsel around the nurse's station was shedding strands. A few had fallen onto the keyboard, little silver hairs catching the light when I typed. The fake tree at the end of the hall flickered from red to green to blue, its reflection in the window, a double image that looked like another tree standing just on the other side of the glass in the dark outside. The paper snowflake taped to Mrs. G's door had one long torn arm that sagged lower than the others, as if it had started to melt. The name in the center had been written in red marker. The ink had bled slightly into the paper, giving each letter a soft halo. I knew enough by then to recognize the particular flavor of quiet that had settled over 3 East that night. Not the peaceful kind, when everyone is sedated just right, and the only energy in the air is the low hum of machines. This was a hollow quiet, a thin quiet, like the unit was a shell with too many memories pressed up against its inside walls, making the space feel stretched. It was the way the air in the hall felt cool on my arms, even though the thermostat said it was 72. The way the clock above the station seemed louder as it ticked toward midnight, each tiny click like a nail tapping on glass. The way the fake tree's blinking lights made it harder, not easier, to see what was waiting at the very end of the corridor where the light didn't quite reach. I made my first round sometime after 11:30, moving from door to door with my clipboard, checking breathing, checking orientation, checking that everyone who was supposed to be in a bed was there. When I got to 309, Mrs. G's room, I paused a heartbeat longer than necessary, listening to the soft murmur of her TV through the cracked door. Her snowflake shifted slightly on the painted wood, stirred by some faint draft I couldn't feel. Behind me, at the nurse's station, the little fake tree cycled through its colors, bathing the edge of the hall in flashes of red, green, and blue that never quite warmed the floor. 3.2 Mrs. G's Christmas Visitors. By 1:30 in the morning, the holiday had settled into that strange, floaty place between yesterday and tomorrow. Downstairs, in the rest of the hospital, there were still pockets of activity. Labor and delivery, ER, the ICU, where machines never stopped. Up on 3 East, Things had gone mostly still. Mostly mattered. Some of the patients took the day hard. A middle-aged woman in 304 had spent the evening staring at a Christmas card from her kids until the edges went soft from her hands. Now she lay in bed with it clutched against her chest, eyes open and wet, breathing in these long, shaky pulls that never quite turned into sobs. In 311, a man in his 40s paced back and forth, whispering into his fist like it was a phone, insisting he could hear his ex-wife on the other end. He wasn't violent, just wired, his movements sharper than the sedatives could dull. A younger guy in 318 had gotten agitated by the decorations themselves. He'd ripped the snowflake off his door and shredded it, muttering about symbols and warnings, before Serena calmly talked him down and convinced him to lie back down. Christmas does something to people, even when their brains are already tilted. I did another round at 1:30, my body moving through the motions on automatic. Flashlight beam angled low, so I didn't shine it in anyone's eyes. Check rise and fall of chest. Check position in bed. Check that IV lines were intact, if they had them. Check that no one had gotten creative with their sheets, their clothes, their own skin. By the time I got to 309, I could feel the weight of the hour in my bones. My eyes felt gritty. The edges of the hallway seemed slightly softer, like the paint had blurred while I wasn't looking. Mrs. G's door was open wider than usual, almost halfway. Light from her room spilled into the hall in a trapezoid, pale and flat. Her TV was on, but the sound was off. The screen flickered with some old movie. Black clothes, white faces, a Christmas tree in the corner. But the volume indicator sat mute in the bottom corner. I knocked lightly on the frame. "Mrs. G," I said, "it's Nate." She was sitting up in bed, not in the chair this time. The blanket was pulled up to her waist. Her legs were straight out, covered to the ankles by the thin hospital sheet. Her socks were peeking out, gray with those little white rubber dots on the soles, toes pointing toward the end of the bed. Her upper body was slightly turned, shoulders angled so she was facing the door. Not the TV, not the window, the door. Her eyes slid to my face as I stepped in, then drifted back to the rectangle of open space. "What time is it?" she asked. Her voice was clearer than I expected. No mumble, no slur. "About 1:30, I said, glancing at the digital display on her bedside clock to be sure. It read 1:32 a.m. in green numbers. She nodded once, slow, like that matched something in her own internal schedule. "Has he come out yet?" she said. I pulled the rolling stool closer and sat, my knees popping a little. "Who?" I asked, even though I already knew I wasn't going to like the answer. "The one that always comes out on Christmas," she said, like she was reminding me of some shared anecdote. "He likes it when it's quiet." A tiny chill crawled down between my shoulder blades, but I pushed it down. I told myself this was just content, delusional material, psychotic features, words I'd written 100 times in charts. "There's no one else supposed to be on this unit," I said gently. "Just staff, just us and the patients." She made a sound that might have been a laugh if laughter could rust. "They painted the numbers over," she said, eyes never leaving the door. But the door never forgot what it used to be. The TV screen flickered in my peripheral vision, bleeding light across the room. A woman in black and white leaned in toward a man, lips moving in a kiss that made no sound. Outside, in the hallway, a cart rolled over a threshold somewhere far down. The dull bump muffled by walls and distance. A patient coughed, hacked twice, then settled. The HVAC system gave a little shudder through the vent above her door, like a metal lung exhaling. "What door are we talking about?" I asked. "Your room door?" She shook her head, annoyed. "Not mine," she said. "Mine is fine. Mine is where it's supposed to be. His isn't." "His?" "The one they took the number from," she said. "They think a new label makes it new." Stupid. The hinges remember. The frame remembers. You can't just change where a door goes by lying about it. Her fingers worried at the edge of the blanket, twisting it slowly. "He only needs a crack," she murmured. "Just a little crack. Enough to look through." Something about the way she said "look through" made my skin feel too tight. I forced my gaze to stay on her and not drift toward the hallway, where, I knew, one door led to the staff bathroom with its little vertical slice of darkness between stall and partition. "What happens when he comes out?" I asked, more to keep her talking than because I wanted details. She pressed her lips together, thin and white. "He walks," she said, "up and down, like your wanderer." Her eyes flicked at the wall, as if she could see through it to Mr. Halpern's room. "He watches. He breathes. He waits." "For what?" I asked. "For someone to notice," she said simply. "For someone to be dumb enough to follow him in." There was a moment right then when the building itself seemed to yawn. The heat clicked off with a soft clunk. The constant low whir of air through the vents stopped in mid-exhale. The noise from the hallway, the rolling cart, the distant TV, even the mutterings from other rooms, thinned into something like silence. Not total silence. You never get that in a hospital. There's always some machine, some pump, some breathy mechanical exhale. But in that instant, everything dipped. The analog clock on her wall ticked, loud in the pause. The fluorescent light over the sink hummed with a more insistent buzz. Somewhere above us, something in the ductwork made a small metallic ping as it cooled. Then the heat kicked back on. Warm air sighed through the vent again. The lull ended, noise flooding back into the cracks. My shoulders, I realized, had gone tight around my ears. I let them drop. "It's the middle of the night, and it's a holiday," I said, keeping my tone steady. "Things just feel different. I promise you, no one is coming in here who isn't supposed to." She didn't look at me. Her eyes stayed pinned on the open doorway. "Not here," she said. "He doesn't like rooms. Too many walls. He likes thresholds. Places where you're already thinking about leaving." I cleared my throat. "Do you feel like you're in danger right now?" I asked, defaulting to the safety questions drilled into us. "Do you feel like someone is going to harm you?" Her gaze flicked to me then, sharp and almost pitying. "Not me," she said. "You." The words landed like a stone dropped into water. Slow, heavy, ripples spreading outward. "Why me?" I asked. hearing the skepticism in my own voice and hoping it covered the little tremor underneath. "Because you stand right in front of it," she said. "Because you listen when it speaks through the ceiling. Because you look when you're told not to." My mouth went dry. For a split second, I tasted that stale, chemical bathroom air on my tongue. The memory of an overheard fragment, "Door 3 don't go," that I had already half convinced myself I'd imagined. I reminded myself of her diagnosis, of my own exhaustion, of the way night makes everything feel like it's trying to line up into some narrative, whether it belongs there or not. Or, "I think the meds we're giving you might need an adjustment," I said gently. "I'll talk to the doctor about how much you've been thinking about doors." She ignored that. Her hand shot out faster than I expected, thin fingers wrapping around my wrist where it rested on my knee. Her grip was surprisingly firm, the bones under her skin like wire. "Don't go in after him this time," she said. There was no quaver in her voice, no drift, just a flat insistence that made my throat tighten. "This time?" I echoed. "Mrs. G, I haven't gone anywhere." She blinked, and for a moment, something inside her gaze seemed to flicker, like a light behind fog. "You always do," she said softly. "Different faces, same idea. You hear something. You see something in the crack. You tell yourself you have to check. You think you're the one in charge of the doors." Her fingers loosened then, as if whatever had surged up had run out. I eased my wrist free, doing my best not to make it look like pulling away. "I'm going to note that you're feeling more paranoid tonight," I said, defaulting back to the script. "That you're having more delusional thoughts about doors. It'll help the doctor decide what to do tomorrow." "Tomorrow," she repeated, almost amused. "If you get one." I stood, the stool's legs scraping quietly against the floor. "I'll be right outside at the nurse's station," I said, because it was true, and because it was what you're supposed to say. Her gaze returned to the doorway, to that thin slice of hallway visible between doorframe and world. "He likes it when it's quiet," she whispered, more to herself than to me. "He likes it when they decorate. Makes it easier to see who notices what doesn't match." I stepped out, pulled her door to the usual 3-inch gap, and felt the latch slide home with that crisp little click. As I walked back toward the station, the building seemed to settle again. The hum of the vents and the buzz of the lights knitting back into the usual soundscape. The movie in the day room muffled through drywall, the distant elevator bell, the clock over the desk ticking toward 2. I sat down at the computer, opened Mrs. G's chart, and typed a note in the bland, tidy language the system expected. "P awake during Aero 130 safety check. Appears more paranoid than baseline, perseverating on doors and numbers. Difficult to redirect from delusional content, but denies active SI high. No acute distress. Will continue to monitor." I read it once, then twice. Nowhere in those lines did I write. She warned me not to go through the wrong door this time, and I heard her say it like she'd known me longer than I've been alive. 3.3, 3 a.m. Check in the bathroom door. There is a particular flavor to 3 in the morning on a psych unit. People joke about the witching hour, but it is less about ghosts and more about the way your body feels wrong in its own skin. Your circadian rhythm has given up. Your thoughts move like they are wading through syrup. The lights feel too bright and too dim at the same time. On Christmas Eve, by the time it was creeping toward 3, the unit had settled into a thin, brittle calm. I was at the nurse's station, the computer screen washing my face in pale blue light as I updated notes from the last round. My fingers moved across the keyboard on autopilot, filling in boxes, adding bland phrases to lives that were anything but. Pete resting quietly in bed. Pat appears anxious but cooperative. Pat sleeping, respirations even, no distress. Behind me, in the staff room, the refrigerator hummed. It had its own rhythm, a low, constant drone, punctuated by the occasional louder cycle when the compressor kicked in, followed by a soft crack as ice shifted in the little freezer compartment. Every now and then, a stray cube would drop in the built-in tray with a hollow, plasticky clack that made you think, for half a second, that someone had dropped something heavier on the floor. Don was somewhere down the right hall, doing his own checks. I could hear the faint squeak of his shoes if I listened for it, the distant murmur of his voice when he spoke to a patient who needed that heavy, grounded tone he did so well. Serena was in 312, with the guy who'd had a panic attack earlier. He was younger, thin, awkward, the kind of person whose anxiety came out sideways on holidays. At midnight, he had been convinced his heart was going to stop. We'd done an EKG, normal, vitals, fine. He still lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, like he was waiting for an invisible hammer. As I typed, I could hear Serena's voice float down the hall in bits and pieces. Soft, steady. That half-joking, half-serious cadence she used when she needed someone to breathe with her instead of against her. No, man. If you were dying, you wouldn't be arguing with me about it. Yeah, I know it's Christmas. I'm here too, remember? Somewhere on another floor, the overhead system chimed, and a voice called for respiratory therapy, the words flattened by distance and cheap speakers. The dayroom TV continued its marathon of old movies. Tinny, cheerful music seeped under the closed door. The fake tree at the end of the hall blinked its sequence of red, green, blue, indifferent. The analog clock above the nurse's station read 2:56 a.m. I felt the now familiar heaviness of the hour pressing on me. The vitals round scheduled for 3 o'clock sat on my mental horizon like a hill I did not want to climb yet. My bladder, however, had its own schedule. I glanced at the whiteboard, no call lights blinking at that moment. No one standing at the window of the station, no one shouting. I'm hitting the bathroom before vitals, I called down the hall, voice low but carrying. Bring me a better job. Dawn called back, not bothering to appear. I pushed my chair back, stood up, and stretched, vertebrae popping. The tinsel on the edge of the counter brushed my arm, leaving a faint streak of glitter on my sleeve. The staff bathroom door was directly across from the nurse's station. From where I stood, I could see that it was slightly ajar, not wide enough to see inside, just enough that the line of shadow between door and frame looked thicker than the rest of the wall. I started toward it. As my hand reached for the knob, the overhead speaker above the station made a tiny, static-filled click. It was subtle, Just a quick burst of white noise, like someone had tapped a mic and then thought better of speaking. No chime, no voice, just that promise of something about to happen. Cut off. I paused, hand hovering inches from the metal. Silence followed. Not true silence, but the regular soup of sounds I'd gotten used to. The distant TV, the fridge hum, a cough from down the hall, the whisper of air through the vents. "Come on," I muttered, more to my own nerves than to any piece of equipment. "You have to pee, not solve the intercom." Before I could push the door inward, a soft ding sounded from the panel behind me. A call light. I turned. The little red square lit up over one of the room numbers on the board. 305. Of course. I dropped my hand from the bathroom door and crossed the hall, training overriding everything else. The patient in 305 was an older man, recovering from a major depressive episode. He was usually quiet, polite, apologizing too much for everything he asked for. I knocked once and stepped into his room. He was half sitting, half tangled in his blankets, looking embarrassed. "I'm sorry," he said immediately. "I didn't want to bother you, but..." "It's what the button's for," I said. "What's going on?" He gestured toward the bathroom just off his room. "I thought I could make it myself, but I got dizzy," he said. "I didn't want to fall." That was it. No ghosts. No doors. Just a man trying not to get hurt on his way to the toilet. I helped him swing his legs over the side of the bed, steadying his elbow, making sure his hospital socks had their grippy sides down. Together, we shuffled the few steps into his bathroom. The tile in there was colder than the room floor, the overhead light harsh and unforgiving. I waited just outside the door, listening to the sounds of someone dealing with a very human need. When he finished, I helped him back into bed, adjusted his pillows, straightened his blankets. He thanked me 3 times. I told him to press the button again if he needed help, then slipped back into the hallway. On the way out, I noticed the small, ordinary things. The faint smell of antiseptic in his bathroom, the dull shine of the grab bar on the wall, the way his nightlight glowed orange near the floor. When I stepped back into the main hall, the clock above the nurse's station ticked over to 3:01 a.m. The fake tree at the far end blinked through its sequence, bathing the end of the corridor in alternating colors: red, green, blue. The staff bathroom door, directly across from me, was now shut, tightly. No crack, no line of shadow. I stopped in the middle of the hall, my body making the decision before my brain caught up. Had someone gone in? I hadn't heard the latch. No one had passed me in the last couple of minutes. I would have noticed. The only person out of my sight had been Dawn down the other hall, and Serena in 312. Kay, the float nurse, was long gone back to her other floor. The overhead speaker that had clicked earlier sat silent now, its grill dusty in the ceiling. My bladder chose that moment to remind me that I was still human. Gravity clawed at my insides. "Dawn," I called, louder this time. "You in the bathroom?" No answer. I frowned, walked up to the door, and put my hand on the knob. Before I could knock, another door moved. Down the hall, near the bend, Mrs. G's door eased inward a few inches, with a soft, tired creak. From where I stood, I could see the rectangle of light from her room widen on the floor, stretching into the hall. The snowflake taped to the outside fluttered once, tugged by some invisible current. Her voice floated out, clear and unnervingly strong for someone so frail. "He's already inside," she called. "You're late." The hair on my arm stood up. For a second, I felt the unit contract around me. The hallway seemed narrower, the air warmer and colder at the same time. The ticking of the clock behind my head hammered at my skull. "Mrs. G?" I said, turning toward her room. All I saw from that angle was her door swinging slowly on its hinge, as if pushed by a hand I couldn't see. The slice of her room, visible from the hall, showed only the edge of the bed, the shadow of her chair, the glow of her TV reflecting off the wall. No small figure in the doorway, no white halo of hair, no eyes. Behind me, the staff bathroom door sat closed, mute and solid, its cheap beige paint catching points of colored light from the blinking tree. I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry, my body simultaneously telling me two contradictory truths. You really should go in there now, before vitals. You really should not go in there at all. 4.1. Entering the bathroom. There is a point where you run out of excuses that sound sane, even inside your own head. Standing in that hallway, caught between the closed staff bathroom door and the half-open mouth of Mrs. G's room, I could feel the line approaching. Rational brain was trying to keep it simple. It's just a bathroom. You've been in there 100 times. The lights flicker, the fan hums. Sometimes the speakers burp static. Sometimes the toilet flushes by itself. Old building, old wiring. You still need to pee, and you still have a 3 a.m. vitals round to start in about 30 seconds. Emotional brain had its own running commentary. Bathroom plus 3 in the morning, plus a woman with a long psychiatric history telling you he's already inside, you're late, is not an amazing combination. You've watched one patient walk toward that door on camera and vanish between frames. You've heard a voice in that room that didn't come from any overhead announcement anyone else heard. Maybe, just this one time, you skip it. Use the patient bathroom. Hold it. Anything else. The problem with working in a place like 3 East is that you get used to ignoring the second voice. You have to. If you jumped every time someone said something that pressed on your fear reflex just right, you'd never make it through a shift. I forced my shoulders down, made my breathing as normal as I could. "Anyone in there?" I called, knocking lightly on the staff bathroom door. My knuckles made a dull, hollow sound against the wood. Not the sharp rap you'd get on a solid door at home. More like tapping on something that had been painted over too many times. No answer. No flush. No cough. No muffled cursing from a coworker. I knocked again, harder. "Seriously, if someone's in there, speak up. I'm about to violate your sacred alone time." Still nothing. Behind me, down the hall, Mrs. G's door had settled back into its usual 3-inch gap. Her room light glowed around the edges, but she didn't appear in the doorway. The snowflake on her door trembled slightly, then went still, as if someone on the other side had stopped breathing on it. I told myself I was being ridiculous. Hospitals eat time. Maybe more of it had passed than I thought. Maybe someone had gone in or out while I was in 305, and I just hadn't noticed. Maybe Dawn had ducked in and then sprinted out another way, like this was some childish game. I put my hand on the knob. The metal felt cooler than the air around it. Not cold exactly, but like it hadn't been touched in a while. I tried it gently. It turned. The lock wasn't engaged. "Okay," I said under my breath, because talking to myself felt better than listening to the sound of my own blood in my ears. Quick in, quick out, then vitals, just like every other night. I nudged the door open with my foot. The hinge made a soft, tired creak, like it was bone-tired of being asked to move again. The door swung inward a few inches, then a few more, pushed by the pressure of the air in the hallway. The first few feet of the bathroom were lit by the spill of yellowish light from the hall. The rest was a solid block of dark. From where I stood on the threshold, I could see the sink, the edge of the mirror, the blank rectangle of the wall beyond. The stall at the back was just a deeper shadow among shadows. The line where the hallway light stopped and the darkness began was sharp, almost too clean, like someone had cut the room in half. I reached in and felt along the wall beside the door for the light switch. My fingers brushed cool plastic. I flipped it up. Click. Nothing. The fan did not stutter to life. The fluorescent tube overhead did not flicker, did not buzz, did not throw out its usual institutional glare. The room stayed exactly the same. The front bathed in borrowed light, the back sunk in thick dark. I flicked the switch down, then up again. Click, click. Still nothing. A rational explanation presented itself immediately. Bulb burned out. Ballast fried. Maintenance had been meaning to get to it for weeks. I had seen the work orders on the unit printer for other lights, other fans, other fixtures that had decided to die at inconvenient times. Great, I muttered. Perfect timing. The hallway behind me continued its steady, indifferent life. The clock over the station ticked. Somewhere down the right hall, Dawn coughed. The sound, a low bark. The dayroom TV, muted now, flashed black and white images against the frosted glass of its door. The fake tree at the end of the left hall blinked through its colors, casting little pulses of red and green and blue onto the floor. I was suddenly very aware of where the unit's cameras were and weren't. The monitors above the nurse's station did not show the inside of this bathroom. No one downstairs in security could see whether I went in or stayed out. The only eyes on that door right now belonged to me. And if I let my thoughts go there, maybe one elderly woman farther down the hall who liked to talk about doors like they had opinions. The air that trickled out from the darkness was cooler by a few degrees. It rolled over my skin in a thin layer, raising goosebumps on my forearms. The smell that came with it was the familiar chemical bite of hospital disinfectant, undercut by something else. A damp, slightly sour note, like old mop water left in a bucket too long. My bladder made its case again, more urgently. "You're being stupid," it said, in the blunt way of physical need. "It's a bathroom. You need a bathroom. Go in, flip the light. If it doesn't work, use the hall light. Do what you came to do. and get out. Pride chimed in too. The darker part of pride. You are a grown adult who has cleaned blood off floors, who has held down men twice your size while they screamed in your face, who has walked into seclusion rooms after someone tried to hurt themselves and dealt with what you found there. Are you really going to let one burned out bulb and a crazy woman's warning stop you? I stepped over the threshold. The tile under my shoes felt colder immediately, as if the temperature difference between carpet and tile had decided to make a point tonight. My footfalls echoed with that hollow little slap and faint reverb, amplified by the lack of light. Behind me, the door drifted a few inches closer to closed, pushed by some subtle shift in air pressure. The rectangle of hallway light on the floor narrowed. I kept one hand on the wall, fingers sliding along paint I knew was beige, even though it looked gray in this half-light. With my other hand, I held my key ring, the cold metal awkward against my palm, like some useless talisman. "Anybody in here?" I said again, voice bouncing off tile and coming back a fraction of a second later, slightly flattened. Staff? Patient? There was no answer, but there was sound. Not much. Just enough to make my brain start sorting, categorizing. The building was everywhere, in miniature. The faint, far-off rush of water in pipes behind the wall. The soft hiss of the HVAC in the ceiling vent that shared a line with the hallway. The tiny settling creaks of old materials shifting against each other. Under that, there was something else. A slow, even exhale. It might have been the ventilation system. It might have been my own breath, rebounding oddly in the small space and tricking my ears. It might have been nothing at all. It felt like breathing. I took another step in. From this angle, the hallway light fell in a diagonal slice across the room, catching the sink, the lower half of the mirror, the front edge of the stall partition. The rest of the stall was still an impression in the dark, a darker rectangle at the back. The gap between the edge of the stall door and the partition was a vertical line in that dark, barely visible. A stripe of deeper black. My heart did a slow, heavy thud. I told myself not to look directly at it, because that is how you end up scared of your own shadow. So, naturally, my eyes kept drifting back to it, like a tongue worrying a sore tooth. My bladder tightened again, sharp enough to make me bend my knees a fraction of an inch. "That's it," I whispered. "You're going to pee like a normal person and leave. This is stupid." Somewhere near the stall, metal tapped against metal. It was quiet, but in the darkness and the hush, it sounded unnaturally loud. A soft, hollow ting, like knuckles brushing against the side of the partition, or fingertips rapping once on a pipe just to see what kind of noise it would make. The sound rolled through the empty space between sink and stall and settled somewhere low in my spine. For a second, every muscle in my body locked. There are a lot of ways to explain a sound like that. Pipes. Old buildings are full of them, clanging and expanding and contracting for reasons that have nothing to do with you. The automatic flush mechanism resetting itself. Something shifting in the wall, in the ceiling, between floors. I stood there in the half light, the open hallway at my back, and the dark, breathing room in front of me, and realized very clearly that I had hit the edge of what rationalization could do for me tonight. 4.2. The Gap. There is a special kind of stupid that only shows up at 3 in the morning. The version of you that exists at that hour has less self-preservation and more curiosity than the one who eats breakfast. It's the part that leans closer to strange noises instead of backing away. The part that tells itself, if I just look, I'll prove there's nothing there. That version of me was fully in charge. I told myself I was going to be smart about it. I backed out of the room without turning my back on the stall. My hand found the edge of the door and pulled it all the way open until it bumped the wall. The rectangle of hallway light rushed in, stretching across the tile almost to the base of the partition. The front of the bathroom brightened. The back stayed stubbornly dim. Like the darkness, there was thicker, heavier, not easily pushed. Fine, I muttered. If the light wants to fight you, we'll cheat. I stepped back into the hall, heart hammering a slow, heavy rhythm in my chest. The nurse's station was only a few steps away. I walked over, trying not to look like I was hurrying, and grabbed the rubber doorstop from the floor beside the counter. It was an ugly wedge of black rubber, edges chewed up from years of being kicked into place under heavy doors. Clock above the station, 3:04 a.m. The second hand ticked in sharp little clicks, slicing the minutes into what felt like thinner and thinner pieces. Somewhere beyond the closed doors of the unit, an elevator bell chimed faintly. The sound arrived, wrapped in concrete and air, like a church bell heard from underwater. A moment later, the overhead speaker crackled somewhere else in the hospital, and a voice announced a lab call for another floor. The AC vents above my head shifted their tone. A soft whir became a deeper hum as the system changed cycles, wind moving through long lungs in the ceiling. I walked back to the bathroom with the doorstop in my hand. I wedged it under the door as hard as I could, pressing my toe against it until the rubber squashed and held. The door stayed wide open, locked in place, as if I'd nailed it there. The hallway light poured in unchecked now, flooding the front half of the room in that flat, yellowish glow. I'm not closing this, I said out loud, as if someone might argue. We're not doing that horror movie thing. I stayed in the doorway. From here, with the added light, the sink and mirror and front wall looked almost comically normal. An off-white counter, a flicker of my own reflection at the very bottom edge of the mirror, cut off at the eyes, the tile floor, mottled in shades of gray that hid stains better than white ever could. The stall was still a deeper, receding shadow. The line of the partition, the door with its cheap silver latch, the narrow slice of space between door and frame, a vertical wound of black. The air that spilled around my ankles from inside still felt cooler, that faint draft sliding up my legs like someone whispering under the hem of my scrubs. I decided I'd start with the least ridiculous thing. Okay, I told myself. And, by extension, you listening to this later. I know some of you are already yelling at me not to look through the gap. Believe me, I've seen the same movies you have, but I wasn't going to start with that. I was going to be rational, I was going to check under the stall from a safe distance, prove to myself there was nobody in there, and then walk away like a normal person. That was the plan. I crouched down by the doorway, staying as far back as I could while still getting a line of sight. From this angle, the tile between me and the stall stretched out in a long, empty strip. The light from the hall reached almost to the base of the partition, fading as it went, until the last few inches were swallowed up in shadow. The space under the stall door was a low, horizontal rectangle of dark. No shoes, no socks, no bare ankles, no shadow shapes moving. Just a strip of tile that disappeared into black about halfway under the door, as if someone had drawn a line and told the light it wasn't allowed to cross. I stayed there longer than I needed to, knees already starting to ache. "See?" I whispered. "Empty." The emptiness did not help as much as I wanted it to. I shuffled forward on my haunches, closing the distance by a foot, then another. The closer I got, the more the details resolved. The partition's lower edge was chipped in places, white paint flaking to reveal older layers beneath. Rust had bloomed around the bolts that held it to the floor, small reddish halos staining the tile. Someone's shoe had left a dark scuff mark along the base, a long curved smear, like a half-erased word. Those mundane details should have grounded me. Instead, they just emphasized how there was nothing else there. No stray mop, no extra pair of shoes, no shadow that didn't belong to the metal in the floor. I could feel my own breath bouncing back at me from the cold tile, hitting my face in shallow puffs. At some point, I realized my body was angled in a way that would make it very easy to drop all the way down, put my cheek to the floor, and look as far under that door as I possibly could. I did not do that. I am telling you that so you don't think I completely surrendered to every horror cliche available. I straightened slowly instead, my spine unfolding in small, crackling increments. As I rose to my full height, my eye level slid along the stall, from the lower half of the door to the latch to the thin vertical crack between metal and metal. That crack. Up until that night, it had been a tiny annoyance, a thing you notice because you don't like people seeing you on the toilet. Now, it felt like an invitation, written in a language part of my brain, understood, even if I didn't want to. I stood with one foot still in the hall and one on the bathroom tile, shoulder brushing the edge of the door frame. If you were smart, I thought, and maybe even said under my breath, you'd stop here. You'd say the light's on. The stall looks empty from underneath. Whatever weird noise you heard was the building, and you'd walk away. That version of me, that smart, cautious one, existed in theory. In practice, the tired, curious, stubborn part took another half step forward. My face was close enough now that I could see tiny imperfections in the paint on the partition. Faint brush marks, a tiny hair trapped under the last coat. The heads of the screws holding the metal together, shiny in spots where cleaning had worn them down. I lined my right eye up with the crack. From that position, the world shrank to a narrow corridor of sight. On the other side of the door, the stall opened up in slices. The toilet was directly ahead, a mostly white shape in the gloom. The bowl's curve, caught a bit of hallway light, making it a dull, grayish arc against darker tile. The back wall was just a vertical plane of shadow, broken by the faint rectangular outline of the flush sensor. And in the back right corner, where the light didn't quite reach, there was a darker shape. Not a distinct object, not at first. Just a patch where black was somehow blacker, like someone had taken the existing shadow and thickened it. I squinted, trying to make my eye adjust faster, nose almost touching the cool metal of the partition. My breath fogged lightly on it, leaving a faint oval of moisture at the edge of the crack. I know how this sounds. I'd tell you later. I know half of you are thinking, of course there was a shape in the corner. It's a bathroom stall. Everything is a shape. But listen to me. There is a difference between shadow and presence. Your body knows it before your mind does. The longer I looked, the more I felt that difference. The room seemed to lean in around me. The hum of the AC above faded at the edges of my hearing, as if someone were slowly turning down a dial. The distant TV, the fridge in the staff room, the quiet beeps from some machine far down the hall. All of it slipped a notch lower, like they had been wrapped in cotton. I blinked. In that tiny, involuntary moment of darkness, something in the corner of the stall seemed to move. Not a big motion, not a lunge, more like a slow, subtle shifting, as if whatever occupied that extra dark patch had adjusted its weight or turned a fraction of an inch toward the narrow opening where my eye pressed close. My heart thudded, slow and heavy, once. Every instinct I had honed for years in hospitals, reading rooms, reading people, knowing when something was about to go sideways, lit up like a panel of warning lights. Get out. I should have pulled back then. I should have listened to that old, animal part of myself that had survived long before electric lights and automatic flushers and rubber doorstops. Instead, I leaned in a little more, straining to separate shape from shadow, to prove to myself there was nothing there but my own paranoia. The building chose that exact second to hold its breath. The vent above me stopped humming. The faint noise from the dayroom TV cut off mid-line, like someone had hit mute. The ice in the freezer compartment chose not to crack. No elevator bell chimed, no overhead speaker clicked. For the first time I could remember on 3 East, there was a moment, less than a heartbeat, maybe more, where all the usual mechanical noise fell away. In that thin, unnatural silence, with my eye pressed to that narrow gap, the dark shape in the corner of the stall resolved itself into something that understood I was looking at it. 4.3. The face and the impossible. Recording. There is no good way to explain what happened next without sounding like I am exaggerating. So I am going to strip it down to the barest parts and let you fill in whatever gaps you need to. I was standing with my eye lined up to that thin strip of darkness between the stall door and the partition, the unit holding its breath around me. The usual background noise cut down to almost nothing. For a fraction of a second, it was just shadow. Then it wasn't. The darkness right at the gap thickened, like someone pressing a shape into the other side of a curtain. It swelled closer, resolving into very specific pieces. An eye, first, level with mine. Too close, so close I could see the wet gleam on the surface of it, the way it caught the narrow line of hallway light and turned it into a thin crescent. The iris was so dark, it was almost indistinguishable from the pupil. There was no white visible at first, just that heavy black center, wide and fixed on me. Then the rest of it slid into focus in pieces. Part of a nose, flattened slightly against the metal. The bridge pressed so close to the door that the skin around it bunched in faint, pale wrinkles. A slice of cheek, texture of pores, and the hint of stubble or roughness. No color I could name in that moment. Just shades of gray and shadow, and the sense of something undeniably human filling the space where, moments before, there had been nothing. No creak of the stall door hinges. No shuffle of feet on tile. No sense of a body moving through that narrow space you'd expect someone to occupy if they'd stepped quietly up to the door. 1 second, shadow. The next, a portion of a face pressed to the crack, staring directly back at me from inches away. There is a kind of shock that does not feel like fear at first. It feels like your brain refusing to accept new data. I know I took a breath because I remember the cold air hitting the back of my throat. I know my heart stumbled because I remember a sudden hollow beat in my chest, like it had skipped and was trying to find its rhythm again. I do not remember deciding to move. My body went backwards so fast and so awkwardly that it felt like I had been yanked by a hook in the middle of my spine. My shoulder slammed into the edge of the sink. My elbow caught the metal corner and exploded with bright white pain that shot down to my fingers. For a second, the whole room jumped sideways in my vision, a smear of tile and light and shadow. I heard a sound, and only after half a second realized it was me screaming. Not a heroic shout, not a controlled yell. A raw, ugly sound torn out of me, higher than my usual voice, tearing at my throat on the way out. My eyes were still locked on the stall. The eye at the gap, the one watching me, did not blink immediately. It held for a fraction of a second longer, unbroken contact in that narrow slice, long enough that I could feel the weight of attention, like the heaviness of someone's hand on the back of your neck. Then it was gone, not by pulling slowly back. There was no sense of retreat. It was simply there one instant and unthere the next, like someone had punched a hole in a film reel and skipped one frame. Shadow again. Just that extra dark patch in the corner. The crack between door and partition, an ordinary line of black. I scrambled. There is no dignified way to describe what getting out of that room looked like. My feet slipped on the tile. My knee bounced painfully off the floor. I half crawled, half stumbled toward the hallway, fingers clawing at the doorframe. The rubber doorstop I had so proudly wedged under the door a few minutes earlier caught my foot as I went past. I kicked it out of place without meaning to. The door swung in a few inches behind me, as if trying to close. I burst into the hall on hands and knees, momentum carrying me forward until my shoulder collided with the base of the nurse's station. The impact knocked the breath out of me. The edge of the counter rattled. A few pens rolled off and clattered onto the floor. My scream was still hanging in the air, bouncing down the U-shaped corridor. Nate? Don's voice, from the far hall, sharp and alert in a way I had never heard it before. "What the—" Serena appeared from the other side of the unit, running hard enough that her antler headband slipped sideways on her head. Her shoes squeaked on the vinyl, that high, frantic squeal of rubber pushing too fast. I was on my back now, staring up at the ceiling, chest heaving. "The bathroom," I tried to say, but it came out as broken syllables. "There's someone in—" Don didn't waste time asking questions. He veered straight for the staff bathroom, one hand already on the mag light he kept on the counter for when the power did weird things. Serena skidded to a stop near me, dropping to a crouch, her hand on my shoulder. "You're white as hell, man," she said, voice clipped. "You hit your head?" I shook it, hard enough that black dots danced at the edges of my vision. "In there," I said, throat raw. "Stall. Someone's in the stall." Dawn reached in and slapped at the light switch on the wall. The fluorescent tube overhead flicked on immediately. No flicker, no delay. A full wash of institutional, unforgiving light flooded the little room, erasing every shadow it could reach. "Light's fine," Don called over his shoulder. "What exactly did you see?" I pushed myself up onto my knees, muscles trembling, and forced my legs under me until I was standing. Serena stayed beside me, one hand hovering like she was ready to catch me if I toppled. From the doorway, with the overhead light blazing and the hall light pouring in, the bathroom looked painfully normal. Sink, mirror, beige walls. The stall at the back with its door exactly where it always was. Don approached it slowly, mag light in his hand, even though he didn't need it now. Old habit. He reached out with his free hand and pushed the stall door. It swung inward without resistance. The hinges squeaked faintly. The stall was empty. Toilet, back wall, nothing else. He swung the mag light beam across the floor anyway, checking the corners, the space behind the toilet, the area under the bowl. Nothing. No feet. No disturbance. "Seriously," he said, turning to look at me. "No one is in here." My elbow throbbed with every heartbeat. The skin was already swelling, a hot knot under the fabric of my scrub top. My lungs still couldn't decide if they had enough air. I started, and then stopped, because saying "a face" out loud felt like stepping off a cliff. An eye pressed to the crack. Philtrum of a nose, cheek too close, breathing that felt like an extra layer in the air. "A person," I finished lamely. Somebody was in there, standing right at the door. They were looking back at me. "No one came in or out since I've been down the hall," Serena said quietly. "I would have seen them, would have heard the door. You'd have heard the door." We all stood there in the cramped space for a moment, breathing 3 different rhythms. The fan overhead whirred. The AC hummed. The clock in the hall ticked. "Could be a panic attack," Don said finally, his tone carefully neutral. "Adrenaline from the code, exhaustion, the holiday. Your eyes see weird shadows. Your brain fills in details." I wanted to accept that. I really did. We did not have time to argue about it then. The unit still needed vitals taken. Meds needed to be passed. Patients needed to be watched. You can't tell an entire floor of fragile people. "Sorry," We're behind because I thought I saw something in the staff bathroom. We forced the night back onto its tracks. I moved like a man underwater for the rest of that shift. My hands found blood pressure cuffs and thermometer covers and check boxes on a screen. But part of my mind stayed fixed on that sliver of space between metal and metal. Every time the overhead speaker clicked on, I flinched. Every time a door latch snapped in the hall, my shoulders climbed toward my ears. I avoided the staff bathroom for the rest of the night. I used a patient restroom once, with Serena standing guard outside and making jokes through the door about how we were going to get written up for improper boundaries. We both laughed more loudly than the joke deserved. When things quieted down toward dawn, when the sky outside the windows lightened just enough to turn the snow in the parking lot, from black to gray, Don pulled up the security camera feed on the monitor above the nurse's station. "We might as well look," he said, "so we can officially blame the glitch instead of your brain." The camera above the staff bathroom door watched only the hallway, not inside. It sat in its little plastic dome, red LED blinking steadily, framing the stretch of corridor between the nurse's station and the bend where Mrs. G's room waited. On the screen, in grayscale, we saw a smaller, flatter version of the last half hour. Me walking across the hall, disappearing into the bathroom doorway. The door was already open wide, thanks to the doorstop. It stayed at that same angle on camera, a solid slice of darkness. From this angle, you couldn't see the stall at all. No one else walked in after me. No shadow of a second pair of legs slipped past. No door widening or narrowing. Timestamp in the corner, 03, 03, 11, 03, 03, 12, 03, 03, 13. Then, abruptly, my smaller self reappeared, stumbling out into the hall, going down hard. The door behind me swung only an inch or two from the force of my exit, then settled back. "Door never closed," Don muttered. "You had it wedged. No one could have hidden." He scrubbed back and forth over the footage, looking for little shifts. There was nothing. Just me, going in with the door wide and coming out the same way. "We've got audio too," Serena said quietly, tapping the console. "There's a hallway mic tied to this feed. Risk management added them after that fight last year." Don hit a few buttons. The tiny speakers under the monitor crackled. We listened. We heard my footsteps in the hall, the soft squelch of rubber soles on vinyl, the faint hum of the unit, the overhead announcement from another floor, the distant ding of the elevator, then the sound of me entering the bathroom. Door creak, door stop, thump. For a few seconds, there was just the muffled, distant noise of the building. Then, my scream. It was worse hearing it from the outside. Thin, distorted by cheap microphone, but still carrying that raw edge of fear I hadn't heard in my own voice before. Underneath it, threaded so low you almost missed it the first time, there was something else. A low, rhythmic sound, like breathing fed through a machine. A shuddering in and out, almost perfectly steady. Or maybe it was just static, chopped into a pattern by shitty speakers and the power lines in the walls. Don rewound and played that section again. Louder. The other noise came with it this time. On top of the breathing, or inside it, two soft syllables, flattened by distance and distortion. Don't go. Or maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was the intercom on another floor, chopped off mid-word. Maybe it was the building. Maybe it was my own noise, folding back on itself. We listened a third time. None of us said what we thought we heard. Day shift arrived eventually, smelling like outside air and coffee and the world beyond brick and tile. We gave report, handed off charts, said, "Quiet night," out loud, even though it hadn't been. I drove home in the weak December daylight, the sky over the freeway, the color of dirty cotton. The world outside the hospital looked aggressively normal. People scraping ice off windshields, kids in puffy coats dragging sleds across parking lots, a giant inflatable snowman leaning sideways in someone's front yard, its head bowed like it had given up. I went through the motions. Key in the lock, door shut behind me, shoes kicked off by the mat. The apartment felt smaller than usual, like the walls had inched closer in the hours I'd been gone. In the quiet, with the fridge humming and the baseboard heater ticking, my brain replayed the same loop over and over. The strip of darkness between metal and metal. The sudden weight of an eye right at the crack, pupil blown wide, watching me from inches away. The way it did not blink. The way it was there and then not, with no in-between. And under all of that, layered like a second soundtrack, the thin, rasping suggestion of breath caught on cheap plastic speakers, saying something that might have been nothing at all, or might have been a warning I had already ignored. 5.1, the official story. If you have never worked in a hospital, here's something you should know. There is an official way to handle anything that makes your stomach drop. It is not screaming. It is not running. It is not even telling your coworkers over coffee and hoping they believe you. It is paperwork. Every strange, frightening, or messed up thing that happens in a hospital gets flattened into an incident report. Codes, falls, medication errors, family members yelling, equipment failing. If it could come back to bite the hospital later, it goes into the system. That was where my bathroom incident went to die, at least on paper. I didn't do it right away. That Christmas Eve bled into Christmas morning, then into the long gray drive home, then into a few hours of sleep that felt more like being knocked unconscious than resting. I woke up in my apartment with my heart hammering, and the image of that eye still burned into the back of my eyelids. For a few seconds, I didn't know where I was. The hum of my own fridge sounded too much like the units. The heater ticking in the corner could have been the vents in the hallway. It took a full minute of staring at my ceiling to remember. You left. You came home. You are not on 3 East. The door to your bathroom is 10 feet away, and it's just drywall and cheap wood, not whatever the hell that stall is made of. I told myself the usual things. You were exhausted. Your brain glitched. The weird static on the intercom got under your skin. You let Mrs. G's talk about doors dig into your head, that's all. And then, like a good little employee, another thought slid in. You should probably document it, because that's what you do in a hospital. If something even might be relevant later, and you didn't write it down, it might as well not have happened. So before my next shift, I logged into the hospital's incident reporting system. It was a web portal with a cheery blue banner and a slogan about safety through transparency, which felt ironic considering how much got shaved off in translation. First question: type of event? The drop-down menu did not have an option for saw a face where there shouldn't be one. I hovered over equipment malfunction and environmental hazard for a second, then clicked Other, described below. Next, location. I typed 3 East, staff bathroom, opposite nurse's station. Then came the big free text box. Describe incident. I sat there, fingers hovering over the keys, and watched the cursor blink. It felt like a clock ticking inside the screen. There were 2 stories in my head. The real one, light wouldn't come on. Air felt wrong. Heard something tap metal. Looked through the gap and saw an eye staring back at me from inches away. No one came in or out. Stall empty. Audio later sounded like breathing, saying don't go. And the one that would sound plausible to people who weren't there. I started typing the second one. During routine night shift on 12/24/12/25, Ryder entered staff bathroom to use facility at approximately 0300. Ryder noted apparent malfunction of overhead light, failed to activate on initial attempts. While inside bathroom, Ryder experienced perceived presence, visual impression of another person in stall area. Bathroom door and stall checked immediately afterward by staff. RN X2, Tech X1. No individual present. Overhead light functioning normally on recheck. No patients found out of room. No injury to staff or patients. It already read like a ghost story told by a bureaucracy. I scrolled back, changed visual impression to possible sensory misperception, because that sounded more clinical, less crazy. Given acuity of unit at time of event, recent code gray, multiple patient needs, fatigue may have contributed to Ryder's misinterpretation of environmental stimuli, I added, because nothing says, please do not send me to psych myself, like self-diagnosing exhaustion. Under contributing factors, I checked off lighting, environmental noise, and staff fatigue. Under immediate actions taken, I wrote, area checked by additional staff, no safety hazards identified. Staff encouraged to report any further equipment malfunctions in bathroom to maintenance. I didn't write the word face. I didn't write I. I didn't write breathing under my scream on the recording sounds like a voice. There are some things you can only say into the void of the internet at 3 a.m. years later, not into a form that your manager and risk management and possibly a lawyer will read. I hit submit. The screen flashed a message. Thank you for your report. Your commitment to safety is appreciated. Then I went to work. My supervisor caught me about halfway through the shift. She was one of those women who always seemed to be moving, even when she stood still. Clipboard in hand, pen tucked behind her ear, sneakers that never squeaked. Nate, she said, flagging me down by the meds fridge. Got a second? There's a particular tone supervisors use that makes your stomach clench no matter how innocent you are. I felt my pulse crawl up my neck before I even answered. Sure, I said. She led me into the tiny office behind the nurse's station, the one with the slanted computer monitor and the world's least comfortable chair. I read your incident report, she said, sitting on the edge of the desk instead of the chair. About the bathroom. I nodded, suddenly hyper-aware of how much space my body took up, of the scab forming on my elbow under my sleeve. Listen, she said, and her voice softened a notch. You did the right thing documenting it. Even if it turns out to be nothing, I'd rather have too many reports than not enough. Lights malfunction, people get startled, night shift is rough, especially around the holidays. Yeah, I said. I know it probably sounds weird. She shrugged. We've had stranger, she said. You'd be amazed what people put in those things. She paused. You mentioned possible sensory misperception due to fatigue. She said it without judgment, like she was reading ingredients off a box. How are you doing with that? She asked. Sleeping okay? Eating? Not feeling overwhelmed? There it was. The gentle nudge toward employee assistance. The line supervisors walked between genuine concern and covering themselves. I'm fine, I lied. Just too much coffee and not enough days off. She smiled, a little tight. Seasonal stress is real, she said. Family stuff, holidays, working nights. If you feel like you need to talk to someone, EAP is there. Confidential and all that. And if the bathroom light really is acting up, we'll get maintenance up here to check it out. I'll flag it. She squeezed my shoulder in that managerial, I see you, please don't sue us way, then let me go. Out in the break room, the fridge was running louder than usual. I could hear its compressor grind away over the low murmur of the TV someone had left on a news channel with the sound off. The air in there always smelled the same. Microwave meals, burned popcorn from last month, industrial cleaner, someone's too strong perfume. The plastic chairs scraped on the linoleum as people shifted, their legs catching on the warped spots in the floor. Kay, the float nurse, was reheating leftover lasagna in the microwave. Each second ticked down, accompanied by a soft hum, and then finally the sharp, artificial ping that announced something rubbery and too hot was ready. It was all so aggressively normal that it made the night before feel even more out of place. I poured myself some coffee from a pot that had clearly been sitting there for hours. The smell of overcooked grounds mixed with whatever was leaking out of Kay's container when she peeled the lid back. So, she said, between bites, pointing at me with her fork, heard you freaked out in the bathroom. That was how it traveled on day shift. No nuance, just headlines. I didn't freak out, I said automatically. I got startled. Serena, sitting across the table with her headband in her lap now, snorted. You screamed like someone was stabbing you, she said. It echoed. I glared at her. Thanks for the support. She grinned. Hey, I'm not judging. That toilet's been out to get me since day one. I'll file a report too. Perceived malevolent presence in plumbing. Dawn wandered in, palming a muffin from the counter. Bathroom ghost strikes again, he said. We should put out an offering. Sacrifice a pack of hospital-issued toilet paper or something. There were a few more jokes, night shift humor, dark, deflecting, designed to turn fear into something you could poke fun at. It helped a little. I laughed along, carefully. Then day shift came in. Different energy, brighter scrubs, fresher faces, voices pitched higher. They swept through the break room in waves, grabbing coffee, stuffing bagels into their mouths, swapping gossip from other floors. I was on my way out when one of the older day nurses stepped beside me at the sink. She was in her late 50s at least, with tired eyes and a badge so covered in service pins it jingled when she walked. We weren't close. She'd been on the unit longer than I'd been licensed. "Bathroom, huh?" she said quietly, without looking up from where she was rinsing her mug. "Yeah," I said slowly. "You heard about that." "Word gets around," she said. She set the mug upside down on the rack, water dripping in tiny rivulets. "You filed an incident." "I did," I said. Probably sounded stupid. She shook her head once. "You're not the first one," she said. The words were almost lost under the fridge's droning and the scrape of a chair leg nearby, but I heard them. I turned. "What do you mean?" I asked. She was already walking away, wiping her hands on a paper towel. "I mean," she said over her shoulder, not stopping, "you're not the first nurse to put something about that bathroom in the system." Then she pushed open the break room door and stepped back out onto the unit, swallowed by the familiar beeps and voices and footsteps. The door swung shut behind her with a soft whoosh. The fridge hummed. The microwave's clock blinked 8:03 in dull green numbers. A chair scraped as someone else sat down, plastic feet dragging against the floor. I stood there with my terrible coffee cooling in my hand, the official, sanitized version of what I'd seen, already archived somewhere in the hospital's servers, and realized that for the first time since that eye met mine through the gap, I was more curious than scared. 5.2. Digging. Through old paperwork, sleep stopped being something I did and turned into something I pretended to aim at. After the bathroom incident, my insomnia, which had always hovered at the edges, moved right in. I would get home from nights, collapse into bed, and lie there with my eyes closed while my brain replayed the same 30 seconds over and over. The gap, the eye, the scream, the breathing under the scream. On the rare mornings I did drift off, it was shallow and jittery. I would jolt awake at the smallest sound, a truck on the street, the radiator ticking, and for half a second think I was back on 3 East, the clock over the nurse's station stuck at 3 a.m. forever. It did not take long before rest days started to look like extra hours to obsess. You can't exactly fact-check your own brain at home. There are only so many times you can replay hallway audio on your phone before you start hearing whatever you're afraid of hearing. So I did what any truly disturbed person with employee badge access and too much curiosity would do. I went looking for the paperwork. Hospitals keep everything. Even in the age of electronic records, they still have basements full of boxes. Old charts, old policies, old incident reports printed and stuffed into manila folders, all stacked on steel shelves that go back farther than you think square footage allows. I had been down there once during orientation and filed the whole area away in my head under places I will never voluntarily visit again. It smelled like damp cardboard and tired air. The fluorescent lights hummed like they were annoyed to be on. That made it the perfect place to look for the kind of reports people joked about, but never really talked about. I told myself I had a good reason. Light malfunction in staff bathroom, I had written in my incident. Possible equipment issue. If the wiring was bad, if the fixtures were failing, there might be a pattern. Maybe maintenance had ignored other reports. Maybe I'd find some comfort in seeing that people had been flagging this as a normal, fixable problem for years. That was the story I practiced in my head on the drive over when I came in almost an hour early for my shift one gray morning. The elevator to the basement was at the far end of the main hospital corridor, past radiology and the chapel, and the gift shop with its tired balloons and overpriced stuffed animals. As I descended, the walls seemed to close in, the air growing cooler and heavier. When the doors slid open, I stepped into a different world. The ceiling was lower down there. The lights were fluorescent, of course, but older than the ones upstairs. Tubes with a slightly greenish cast that flickered intermittently. Not enough to plunge you into darkness, just enough to make you feel like your eyesight was failing. Long rows of metal shelving stretched away, stacked with cardboard boxes. Each box had a label scrawled in marker or printed on a peeling sticker. Dates, unit names, cryptic departmental codes. The smell was exactly what you'd expect. Paper, dust, a hint of mold wherever the dehumidifiers hadn't quite won the battle. One of those dehumidifiers hummed away in the corner, a constant low drone, punctuated every so often by a plasticky glug as it siphoned off water into a clear reservoir. The sound made me think of the staff bathroom toilet refilling after a flush, and for a second, I nearly turned around and got back in the elevator. Instead, I found the risk management office. It was a glass-fronted cubicle carved out of one corner of the storage area, full of filing cabinets and a single computer. A woman in business casual sat behind the desk, typing with the resigned accuracy of someone who lived in spreadsheets. I flashed my badge, smiled what I hoped was a professional, non-haunted smile, and gave her the watered-down version of the truth. I submitted an incident about a possible light malfunction in the 3 staff bathroom, I said. My supervisor suggested maybe checking if there have been other reports, just in case it's a recurring environmental thing. Risk factor and all that. She looked at her screen, clicked a few times, and nodded. 3rd floor psych, she said. We've had our share of colorful reports from up there. I tried not to flinch at the word colorful. Do you mind if I look through some of the old logs? I asked. Just for that location. I'm off the clock, so it wouldn't be extra work for anyone. She considered me for a second, taking in the bags under my eyes. The way my hand was wrapped around the strap of my bag a little too tightly. Under supervision, she said finally. You're not walking out with anything. And if you see patient names, they don't leave your head. Understood? Understood, I said. She led me to a row of shelves and pulled down a couple of boxes labeled Incident Logs, 3 East, 10 plus YR Archive. We set them on a rolling cart and wheeled them to a little table under a buzzing light. She opened the first lid, flipped through folders until she found one with my unit and the right range of dates, then tapped the stack. "Start here," she said. "Most of the last few years are electronic, but the older stuff never got scanned. You're looking for environmental issues?" "Yeah," I said. "Lights, doors, that kind of thing." She sat back down at her desk, within line of sight. I was alone, but not unsupervised. I started skimming. Most of it was what you'd expect. Slips and falls, a patient tripping over an IV line, a nurse getting scratched during a restraint, medication errors, fights between patients, family members crossing boundaries. Every report had the same structure: type of incident, location, description, contributing factors, actions taken. The clinical flattening of chaos into neat lines. I worked my way backward through the years. Here and there I saw equipment malfunction tagged to things like beds that wouldn't raise, monitors that failed mid-shift, a shower drain that backed up. A couple of notes about flickering lights in patient rooms, all followed by maintenance notified, no immediate hazard found. I was starting to think this had been a pointless exercise when a phrase caught my eye. Unexplained voices near staff lavatory. The report was from 8 winters ago. Writer, LPN, night shift. During 0300 hour, writer in nurse's station on 3 East heard overhead voice near staff lavatory stating "don't go," despite no active announcements in progress. Voice not recognized as staff. Checked ceilings and intercom equipment with maintenance following morning. No malfunction noted. No patients found in immediate area. No injury occurred. My heart did a slow turn in my chest. I flipped forward. 3 years before that, another brief report, written in a shaky hand that had been scanned onto the page. Staff bathroom anomalies, the header read. On multiple occasions during December nights, writer perceived what sounded like breathing in staff lavatory while room visibly empty. Also observed door to stall moving slightly as if pushed from inside when no one present. Event caused significant distress to writer. No hazards found. Manager notified. Encouraged to take break. There were others, scattered. Odd noise in staff bathroom. Door latch clicking without entry. Perceived whisper by staff lavatory. No one present upon recheck. Most were written off the same way. Possible environmental noise. Old building. Staff fatigue. No corrective action needed beyond checking the fixtures. It was like watching my own experience get refracted in a funhouse mirror over and over, each reflection slightly blurrier than the last. Then I found the one that made my hands actually shake. The date was more than a decade back, before I started, before most of the current staff really. Written by an RN whose name I recognized only because one of the older nurses still muttered it sometimes as a cautionary tale. She had quit suddenly the year before I came, supposedly due to burnout. Event location, 3 East staff bathroom, the description began. During night shift approx. 0245, writer entered staff lavatory and experienced strong impression of not being alone. While standing near sink, writer heard metal tapping from stall area. Upon looking through gap between stall door and partition, Ryder observed what appeared to be human eye staring back from inside stall at close range. Eye did not blink. Stall subsequently opened. No person located inside. Bathroom confirmed empty by additional staff. Ryder acknowledges possibility of visual misperception, but notes intensity of experience. My throat went dry. In the margin, in a different pen, someone, maybe Risk, maybe her manager, had scribbled a note. Door 3 again. Again. That word did more than any of the clinical phrasing in the typed description. Door 3. There was no door 3 on 3 East, not now. Rooms were in the 300s. The staff bathroom was 3B staff lav in the maintenance system. Exit doors were labeled exit. No one, in the time I'd worked there, had referred to anything as door 3. I flipped back through the stack, suddenly searching with a new filter. Here it was again, in another older report about an odd draft and whispering noise by old door frame near staff lav. Margin note, D3, another, even older, handwritten incident on thin paper. Patient claims to see man in door 3 by staff washroom. No such door exists on current plan. Key-oriented X1. Likely confabulation. Door 3. Door 3. Door 3. I push the box aside and reach for a different stack. This one thinner, marked Facilities, 3rd floor renovation. Inside were copies of work orders, contracts, and, near the back, floor plans. The top plan was recent. It matched the layout I knew. The U-shaped psych unit, the nurse's station in the middle, patient rooms labeled 301 to 320. The staff bathroom was a little unnumbered square across from the station. Underneath that, folded and yellowed around the creases, was an older blueprint. The walls were almost the same. The shape of the unit, the position of the nurse's station, the general footprint. But the labels were different. There was no staff lav across from the station. Instead, in that spot, a small rectangle was marked with black ink. 303. Not a bathroom. A room. Room 303 connected directly to the hall once. The door was numbered. The space that now held a sink, a mirror, and a stall had once been a patient room, or something else with a room number just like all the others. My fingers traced the old lines on the paper without meaning to. Someone had drawn a faint X over 303 in blue pen and written in tiny letters beside it. Convert to staff lav. Door relabeled. Convert, relabeled. I sat there at that little table under flickering lights, the dehumidifier droning in the background, cardboard and dust in my nose, and felt the floor plan tilt in my hands. They had painted over the numbers, changed the function, put a bathroom where a room used to be. The door, apparently, had remembered. 5.3. Patterns and Mrs. G's. History. Once you see the words again and door 3 scribbled in the margins of old reports, you stop thinking of your experience as an isolated glitch. You start thinking in patterns. I sat there in the basement for longer than I was supposed to. That old floor plan of the 3rd floor spread out in front of me. The boxes of incident reports open like dissected organs. The dehumidifier hummed. The lights buzzed. Somewhere above us, in the world of people who weren't crawling through decades of other people's fear. A phone rang and a printer spat out paper. A room where my entire career there had told me there was only a bathroom. I folded the blueprint carefully, like it might crack if I moved too fast, and slid it back into its folder. I didn't need to take it. I had the shape burned into my memory now. The square across from the nurse's station that had once held a bed and a patient instead of a toilet and a stall. The next piece of the pattern came from a system I technically had every right to access, as long as I stayed inside my lane. As a nurse on 3 East, I'm allowed to see my patients' charts, labs, psych evaluations, progress notes. It's part of taking care of them. What I'm not supposed to do is go on a fishing expedition, so I told myself I was doing this for her. For Mrs. G. She had been getting more agitated, more fixated on doors, on the wrong hallway, on things coming out when it was quiet. That alone could justify a closer look at her history. That was the story I stuck to as I sat at the nurse's station computer later that evening. The basement dust still ghost-smelling in my nose. The electronic charting system was mercilessly thorough. Under her name, there were tabs for current admission, past admissions, outpatient visits, historical documents. The dates stretched back farther than mine on the payroll. She had been here before, many times. Some hospitalizations were only a few days long. Others lasted weeks. The diagnoses shifted in wording as the DSM changed, but the themes stayed familiar. Major depressive episodes, psychotic features, recurrent delusions, occasional disorganized speech. Sometimes she was admitted for suicidal thoughts, sometimes for refusing to eat, sometimes because neighbors had called the police after she spent nights muttering in a hallway that wasn't hers. I opened one of the older psych evaluations from a winter about 10 years ago. The same winter, I realized, as that nurse's report about an eye in the stall. Under content of thought, the psychiatrist had typed, P endorses chronic delusional system involving doors and wrong hallways. States belief that some doors lead to the wrong place on purpose and that there is someone who lives between rooms. No clear evidence of command hallucinations at this time, but Hat appears preoccupied with idea that the numbers are lies. I scrolled. Another admission, 12 years earlier. Pat reports seeing faces looking at her through gaps in doorways. States he stands behind the wrong door and watches. Unable to elaborate on identity of he. Farther back, a scanned PDF of an even older handwritten note from a psychiatrist whose name I recognized only from a plaque in the staff hallway. Patient states, room 3 is not gone. They just pretend it is. Claims when she passes certain door on psych unit, she sometimes sees an eye at level of her own, watching her. Door in question currently labeled staff area. No corroborating reports from staff at this time. Likely manifestation of psychosis. Room 3, door 3. I leaned back from the screen, the chair creaking beneath me. The unit hummed around me in its usual way. A TV murmured down the hall. Someone coughed. A med cart's wheels squeaked as it rolled over a threshold. What made my skin crawl wasn't that Mrs. G had door delusions. It was that her language hadn't changed. Different years, different doctors, but the same phrases echoed through the chart. Wrong hallway. Someone who lives between rooms. He likes the gap. Room 3, not gone. The pattern was bigger too. I toggled between the incident reports in my memory and the dates in her chart. The night nurse who saw an eye in the gap. Her report was stamped in late December. Mrs. G had been admitted that month. The unexplained voices near staff lavatory. December again, different year, a few days before Christmas. Mrs. G was on the unit then too, in for worsening psychosis and preoccupation with doors. The note about breathing in the empty bathroom stall, the door moving slightly. Another winter, another December admission for her. It wasn't every time. There were December nights she wasn't there, and weird things still got filed. There were admissions for her in other seasons that had nothing to do with any of this. But there was enough overlap that the coincidence started to feel less like chance and more like resonance. I remembered something she'd said to me a few nights after Christmas, when things had blurred together and the unit's decorations were starting to sag. We'd been doing a late med round. She had been staring at the door again, refusing to look at the TV, refusing to look at me. I'd tried a joke, something about how the tree in the hall looked tired, how even fake branches drooped eventually. She had smiled without humor and said, "I remember the last tree they put up outside his door." I'd asked, "Outside whose door?" She'd answered, "The one who lives between rooms. You know, room 3. The numbers change. He doesn't." At the time, I'd written it off as more of the same. Tonight, rereading notes that used the same phrases decades apart, it landed differently. I scrolled to her current admission and opened my own nursing notes. PT, awake during Aero 130 safety check. Appears more paranoid than baseline, perseverating on doors and numbers. Difficult to redirect from delusional content but denies active SI she, no acute distress. Clinical, tidy, a lie by omission. I clicked back to an older note from a day nurse 5 years ago. Pete reports seeing faces in door gaps again, fixated on staff bathroom door. States, he likes the gap. You always look. You all always look. Affect anxious. You all always look. The words sat in my chest like a stone. Maybe it wasn't about her seeing something and us not. Maybe it was about her watching us do the same stupid thing over and over, closing the circle, stepping to the threshold, pressing an eye to the crack despite everything in us telling us not to. Maybe whatever lived in that little sliver of space had less to do with the building's materials and more to do with behavior. A formula: late hour, thin staff, exhausted brain, quiet unit, narrow gap between one space and another. Enough belief, fear, curiosity, both, that you lean in instead of backing away. An invitation answered from both sides. He likes the gap, she had said. You always look. You all always look. The reports in the boxes downstairs weren't random. They clustered around the same conditions. Night shift, winter, often December. Usually some mention, however buried, of people being tired, of holiday stress, of odd noises that weren't quite loud enough to be taken seriously. Something that doesn't move, like a person waits behind a door that used to be numbered and now pretends it isn't. Something that only needs one eye's worth of space to make itself known. I printed a handful of the oldest notes, not the ones with full patient names. That would have been a line even obsession couldn't push me over. But the excerpts that mattered, the phrases, the dates, the references to door 3 scrawled in the margins. The risk management woman raised her eyebrows when I came back down to return the boxes, but she didn't ask what I'd found. "Get what you needed?" she asked. "More than I wanted," I said, and she snorted, thinking I was talking about paperwork. I tucked the printouts into a manila folder and slid it into my bag like contraband. On my way back up from the basement, I took the same elevator patients took when they were admitted. The doors closed with a soft hiss. The car lurched slightly, then began its climb. Basement, ground, second. Each level had its own scent. Cold concrete and dust, cafeteria grease and disinfectant, old linoleum and copier toner. When we passed the second floor, I felt that familiar, almost imperceptible shift in pressure in my ears. The subtle pop, the way air thickened for a moment as the elevator pushed toward the third. I had ridden that elevator countless times and usually barely noticed. This time, standing alone in the car, with a folder full of other people's fear under my arm, I noticed every detail. The fluorescent panel in the ceiling buzzed, light diffused through yellowing plastic. The floor beneath my feet vibrated faintly with the effort of pulling us up. The digital display above the doors flicked from 2 to 3 with an almost reluctant jump. For a heartbeat before the doors slid open, there was that same drop in sound I had felt in the bathroom. A tiny pause where the world seemed to lower its volume. Then the panels parted with their usual mechanical sigh. The third floor hallway stretched out in front of me, just as it always had. Tinsel still clung to the nurse's station, now a little more bedraggled. The fake tree at the end of the hall blinked through its colors, undeterred by the fact that Christmas had technically passed. The paper snowflake on Mrs. G's door hung slightly more crooked. Same unit, same U-shaped corridor, same clock above the desk ticking away. And yet, as I stepped out of the elevator, there was a split second where it felt like I had stepped into a version of 3 East that had been waiting just a half inch to the left of the one I knew. A place where room 303 had never really gone away, just changed its name and waited for people like me to lean toward the gap. 6. 1. Trying to move on. On paper, I left 3 East for all the right reasons. The story I told my manager, my coworkers, human resources, and eventually myself was neat and familiar. Night shift is hard on the body. Psych is emotionally draining. I wanted days. I wanted a different specialty. I wanted, in the generic, acceptable language of career development, a better work-life balance. No one argued. By the time I turned in my notice, the circles under my eyes were so deep, they looked like bruises. My temper was shorter than it should have been. I jumped at sudden noises. In a place where everyone is always on the edge of one kind of breakdown or another, burned out staff are just another part of the scenery. "You'll love clinic work," my supervisor told me, signing off on the transfer. Regular hours, no codes, no 3 a.m. drama. She said it like she was promising me a different planet. The real reason I left was simpler and harder to say out loud. I could not walk past a bathroom door without thinking of stall gaps. Not just on 3 East, not just that one door. Any restroom with a stall became a small, sharp problem my brain had to solve every time I saw one. Even after the incident faded from other people's memories, filed away as that one time Nate freaked himself out on Christmas, I was still avoiding the staff bathroom. I would hold it for entire shifts. I used patient bathrooms only when I absolutely had to. And even then, I found myself checking the base of each stall door from 3 feet away, like a paranoid animal sniffing for traps. I caught myself doing it in public places too. At a movie theater, I went in to wash my hands and felt my stomach twist when I saw the row of stalls, each with that same familiar strip of space under the door. I used the urinal, washed my hands fast, and bailed, heart beating too hard for such a mundane task. At a restaurant, I opened the restroom door, took one look at the partitions, and turned around. I told my friends I needed air. I found a single occupancy bathroom near the back and locked myself in, leaning against the solid door with my eyes closed until my breathing slowed. It wasn't just the fear of seeing something. It was the knowledge that I already had, and nothing I had done since. No report, no rationalization, no digging through paperwork, had managed to turn that eye into something that made sense. The outpatient clinic job looked like a way out. It was on the other side of town, in a low, beige building with mirrored windows that reflected the parking lot and the strip mall across the street. Inside, there were potted plants, framed prints of landscapes, and a lobby where soft music played from hidden speakers. The chairs were padded. The magazines were only a few months out of date. Daylight came through the windows in generous rectangles. The worst emergencies they dealt with were blood sugar crashes and the occasional allergic reaction. When patients cried, it was usually about bad news that had clear ICD codes and treatment plans. The interview was almost insultingly easy. "You've got psych experience," the clinic manager said, flipping through my resume. "You'll be fine here. We could use someone who's seen worse." They hired me on days, Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. No holiday shifts unless I volunteered. It felt like a cheat code. On my first day, I walked through the glass doors at 9 a.m. and almost didn't know what to do with the light. The waiting room smelled like coffee and hand sanitizer, not industrial cleaner, and sleep deprivation. The overhead announcements were minimal, just the occasional "Dr. So-and-so, line 2," instead of codes and hospital-wide pages. My new co-workers were friendly in a way that felt almost theatrical after psych. They introduced themselves with rehearsed little jokes. "I'm Melissa. I'll complain about the printer at least once per day." "I'm Dan. I hoard pens. Don't touch the blue ones." People had time for small talk between patients. The bathroom situation was manageable. In the staff area, there were 2 single-occupancy restrooms, each with a solid door, a simple lock, and no stalls. You went in, you turned the deadbolt, you were alone. No gaps, no partitions. The light switches clicked on and the bulbs obeyed. The fan hummed politely. The first time I used one, I stood there after the flush and listened, waiting for something beyond the usual gurgle of pipes. Nothing came. Just water moving through old metal, the rush familiar but not sharp. I told myself this was proof. What happened on 3 East was a fluke, a one-off, a product of too many overnight shifts, too many stories from older nurses, too many whispers from patients like Mrs. G. A hallucination without the psychiatric label. My tired brain, borrowing details from other people's fears and projecting them onto a gap in a door. During the day, in the clinic's bright lobby, it was easy to believe that. I took blood pressures. I updated med lists. I gave flu shots. I showed elderly patients how to take their new inhalers, demonstrated the twist and click, watched their hands tremble as they tried. I listened to kids cry over vaccines, then watched them calm down when they got stickers. No codes, no restraints, no midnight wanderers, no bathroom that used to be room 303. My body, on paper, was happier. I slept at night like a normal person, or tried to. I set my alarm for 6:30 instead of 5 in the afternoon. I saw sunlight on my drive to work. I saw it again on my way home. My diet improved simply because the clinic's vending machine options were so bad they forced me to bring my own food. But habits, I learned, are not bound by address. At home, I started noticing every small sound my plumbing made. The shower head in my tiny apartment bathroom had always had a minor drip. Now, at 2 in the morning, it sounded like a metronome ticking inside my skull. Each drop hitting the tub floor echoed slightly in the tiled space. A hollow plip that made me think of the slow drip I'd sometimes heard from the pipes behind the staff bathroom wall. The refrigerator cycled on and off with a little shudder, the compressor kicking in, the ice tray in the freezer shifting with a soft crack. Each time it did, there was a split second of quiet before the hum resumed. A pause that my brain filled with possibilities it didn't need. My neighbor's TV bled through the wall some nights. Muffled dialogue, laughter, music cues from shows I didn't watch. Sometimes, when my own apartment was otherwise silent, the cadence of an actor's line would flatten and distort just enough that it sounded like a voice speaking right outside my bathroom door. I told myself to stop. Stop listening for the building to breathe. Stop standing outside the bathroom at home, looking at the thin gap between the bottom of the door and the floor, and thinking, at least it's horizontal. Stop checking, every time you went into a public restroom, how wide the space was between stall doors and partitions. I failed a lot. At the clinic, I caught myself avoiding the patient restrooms whenever possible. I'd walk someone down the hall, gesture at the door with the little generic sign, and say, right there. But my own body would veer away, feet steering me back toward the solid door staff bathrooms, like a dog skirting around a spot where it once got shocked. It took me longer than I'd like to admit to realize I was also starting to avoid other thresholds, elevator doors, the narrow gap between a barely open front door and the frame, the sliver of space between curtains and window glass at night. Any place where one environment ended and another began, separated only by a line you could look through if you really wanted to. "You don't come by anymore," Serena texted me once, months after I left. "We've got someone new freaking out over the intercom. You'd feel right at home." I stared at the message for a long time. I had driven past the hospital exactly once since quitting, and that had been by accident, rerouted by construction. As the building came into view, my hands tightened on the steering wheel. I told myself I would not look. I looked. From the road, 3 East's windows were just dark rectangles set in brick. There was nothing to distinguish them from any other floor. For all I knew, kids were being born one level down. Someone was waking up from surgery another level up. Life, death, everything else. To anyone else, it was just a hospital. I changed lanes and took the next turn hard enough to make the person behind me honk. I did not visit my old coworkers. I did not stop by to say hi on my days off. When people asked why, I said something about needing distance from psych. That was true as far as it went. What I didn't say was that I was afraid of the hallway outside the nurse's station, of seeing the staff bathroom door again, of finding out whether Mrs. G was still there, still staring at the door to her room, still talking about the wrong hallway and the man who liked the gap. There's a line we use a lot when we talk about trauma and patience. You left the place, but the place didn't leave you. I had walked away from 3 East. I had changed my hours, my co-workers, my daily tasks. I worked under softer lights now, with softer music playing in the background. I handed out educational pamphlets instead of Ativan, but every time my shower dripped in the middle of the night, every time my fridge kicked on with that soft mechanical sigh, every time I stood outside a solid bathroom door and waited the extra half second to hear if anything inside was breathing louder than it should, I understood that I hadn't really moved on. I had just relocated the door. 6.2, the office bathroom. The clinic had 2 staff bathrooms. One of them was my safe zone. Single occupancy, solid door, deadbolt, no gaps. You went in, turned the lock, and the world might as well not exist until you opened it again. I guarded that one like it was my personal shrine. The other one was the problem. It was down a short hallway, off the staff lounge, tucked between a supply closet and a tiny copy room. Whoever designed it had decided to split the difference between public restroom and private convenience. One outer door, one stall inside, and a gap. From the outside, it looked benign. Beige door, little restroom sign with a generic figure, brushed metal handle. But if you walked in, you found the familiar layout I had been avoiding since leaving the hospital. Sink, mirror, paper towel dispenser on the wall, and at the back, a single stall with a metal partition and a door that didn't quite meet its frame. The first time I saw it, I did a full stop in the doorway. The fluorescent lights overhead were newer than the ones in the hospital had been, but the buzz was the same. The floor was fake stone instead of hospital tile, cleaner, less scuffed. It smelled like citrus cleaner and some floral air freshener instead of harsh disinfectant. But underneath it all, the plumbing smell was identical. And there, at the back, was that vertical black strip I knew too well. the narrow gap between door and partition. A deliberate design flaw repeated in building after building, like a bad idea that had survived too many committees. I backed out, turned off the light, and closed the outer door. For weeks, I played a ridiculous game with my own body. I peed before leaving home. I timed my water intake at work. If I had to go badly enough, and my usual single occupancy sanctuary was occupied, I'd hold it until lunch and walk to the gas station down the block. They had a cramped one-person restroom with a solid door and a lock that stuck if you didn't jiggle it just right. I got to know that room embarrassingly well. It wasn't sustainable. Bodies have their limits. Mine decided to point that out on a Tuesday that felt like it had 3 Mondays stacked on top of it. The morning had been nonstop. The provider I was paired with was running 45 minutes behind because of a complicated diabetes consult. Every room was full. Every patient seemed to have brought an extra person. Phones rang constantly at the front desk. Someone had left a tray of stale cookies in the break room, and my only real breakfast had been 2 of them and bad coffee. By early afternoon, my bladder was having its own emergency. I checked my safe bathroom first. Occupied. The little "in use" slider was red. I stood there for a full 30 seconds, like hope might unlock the door. It didn't. I thought about the gas station down the street and knew I wasn't going to make it there and back between room turnovers without causing its own kind of incident report. That left the other one. The hallway to it was short and stupidly bright. The overhead fluorescent tube buzzed just a shade louder than it needed to. As I pushed the door open, the hydraulic closer gave its soft, familiar hiss, then let the door fall shut behind me with a solid click that sounded too final. Inside, the room was clean enough to be in a brochure. The citrus cleaner smell hit me first, sharp but not unpleasant. Someone had taped a little sign above the sink that said, "Wash your hands like you just sliced jalapenos and need to take out your contacts." There was a plant in a ceramic pot on the back of the toilet tank, a fake one, but still. The walls were a soft neutral color instead of the sickly off-white of 3 East. The stall at the back was standard metal, pale gray, with a lock that slid into a notch with a satisfying clack. The gap between the door and the partition was maybe half an inch wide, enough to see shapes through if you put your eye at the right angle. Enough, definitely, for someone outside to see your knees if they cared to. I told myself, it's a different building, different pipes, different everything. You were being insane. I went in anyway. Lock slid, door latched. I sat down, pants around my ankles, in the position that makes you feel like the least capable of defending yourself against anything but bad food. There is a vulnerability in that position that has nothing to do with superstition. You are seated. You are literally tied to a spot by your own body's needs. The walls around you are thin. The door in front of you is flimsy. Someone could walk in, stand 2 feet away, and you wouldn't see them unless you looked down. I stared straight ahead at first. The back of the stall was unremarkable. Faded paint. A faint old scratch in the metal where someone had once carved something and another someone had sanded it smooth. The toilet paper dispenser clicked quietly as the roll settled on its spindle. Outside, in the hallway, I could hear the soft whoosh of the outer door opening and closing as staff occasionally came and went from the lounge. A burst of laughter drifted in once and faded quickly. I did what I needed to do, trying to keep my breathing steady. The sounds of it felt too loud in the small space, the splash in the water magnified by tile and metal. I reached for the toilet paper, hand brushing the cold plastic of the dispenser. That was when I heard footsteps in the outer bathroom. They were faint but distinct, the soft thud of shoes on the fake stone floor just beyond the stall door. They came in pairs. Step, step, pause, step, step. Not rushed, not dragging, just there. I froze. In a normal bathroom, this would not have been remarkable. People come in and out. That's what they're for. But in that instant, with my own history stacked up behind me, the sound pressed down on my nerves. Occupied, I called, voice a little higher than I intended. No response. No sorry. No polite cough. No rustle of clothing from someone turning away. The footsteps stopped moving. They did not head toward the sink. They did not retreat. They simply stopped. I stared at the line where the stall door met the floor. The gap down there was a low strip of darkness, maybe 2 inches high, running along the bottom. It should have shown shoes if someone were standing right outside. To see that, I would have to tilt my head down further, angle my gaze. I swore to myself I wasn't going to. I still did. Slowly, heart drumming in my ears, I lowered my eyes until they were level with the bottom of the door. Tile, the bases of the partitions, the faint outline of the outer door's shadow. No shoes, no feet. Nothing blocking the thin band of artificial light from the overhead fixture. The footsteps should have been right there, physically occupying space. Instead, the space remained empty. The air in the stall thickened. There is no other way to describe it. The temperature didn't change noticeably, but something about the way the air moved, or didn't, shifted. Sound seemed to flatten. The hum of the light, the faint whoosh of the vent in the ceiling, all dropped a notch, like someone had laid a piece of cloth over my ears. I could not hear breathing exactly, but I could feel the weight of presence just beyond my field of view, as if someone were standing flush with the stall door, leaning in, but hovering somehow just shy of existing where shoes and legs should have been. Every part of me screamed to move, to lean forward, to angle my eye to the side and look through the vertical gap at head height, to prove, once and for all, whether this was in my head or not. The urge was a scratch inside my skull. I almost did it. My hand even lifted from my knee as if to brace against the door. Then Mrs. G's voice unspooled in my memory, crisp as if she were whispering right into my ear. He likes the gap. You always look. You all always look. I stopped. The urge hit a wall inside me. Not bravery. More like a hard, exhausted refusal. No, I whispered. It wasn't dramatic. It came out hoarse and thin. But it was the first time I'd ever said no to that particular temptation. I stared at the space between floor and door instead, refusing to let my eyes climb. The footsteps didn't move. They didn't recede. They didn't shift from one foot to another. They were still, like whatever had made them had found its spot and decided to hold it. I wiped, stood shakily, pulled my pants up with fingers that didn't feel entirely attached to my hands. The lock on the stall door suddenly felt like a very flimsy idea. A little piece of metal, pretending it could separate me from anything that really wanted in. I flipped it open. The sound was louder than it should have been. A sharp click that seemed to bounce off the walls. For a heartbeat, I considered kicking the door open with my foot, like one of those cops in a TV show. Instead, I pushed it slowly, the edge dragging lightly over the floor. The outer bathroom came into view in slices as the door swung outward. Sink, mirror, trash can, wall, empty. No one standing there. No shoes planted in front of the stall. No person hovering awkwardly by the sink. Just the room. The outer door was closed, its handle hanging neutrally, not moving. The feeling of being watched evaporated so quickly it made me sway. I stepped out, washed my hands a little too fast, water splashing on the counter. The citrus soap smelled harsher now, almost bitter. When I opened the outer door, the hallway outside was full of perfectly normal clinic noise. Phones ringing, printers whirring, a medical assistant laughing at something a patient had said. The world rushed back in like it had been waiting just beyond that threshold. I told myself I had just lived through the most banal possible explanation. Someone came in, heard me, felt awkward, and left quietly. I had missed seeing their shoes because of the angle. The door's hydraulic closer made it hard to hear every open and close. I held on to that until later that week, when I was in the staff lounge grabbing my lunch from the fridge. The clinic manager was at the table, stirring sugar into her coffee. A small wall-mounted monitor beside the microwave showed a 4-square grid of security camera feeds. Front lobby, back parking lot, main hallway, the staff hall outside the bathrooms. She looked up at the screen and frowned. "There it is again," she said. "What?" I asked, following her gaze. "The bathroom door," she said. "On the camera, it looks closed." She pointed at the tiny image of the staff hallway. The door on the screen was a solid rectangle. We both turned to the real hallway, visible through the lounge doorway. The actual door was standing wide open. "Maintenance says it's a glitch," she went on, shaking her head. "Sometimes it shows it shut when it's really open, sometimes the other way around. Building's old, wiring's weird. I keep telling them to fix it before we get some paranoid patient who thinks doors are changing shape on them." She laughed lightly at her own joke, took her coffee, and walked out. The monitor continued to show the door closed for another 3 seconds while we watched the real door stay open. Then, with a flicker, the image corrected itself. Open. My stomach dropped in a way that had nothing to do with hunger, because I knew that pattern, down to the exact kind of shrug people used when they talked about it. Cameras showing doors in positions they hadn't visibly moved into. Glitches written off as old wiring. Staff chuckling about building weirdness. The casual overlay of rational explanations on top of something that kept happening anyway. The clinic might have had different paint, different smells, different patients, but the bathroom had a gap. And somewhere between two frames of grainy footage, the door was not always where you thought it was. 6-3, the apartment at 3:03 a.m. Sleep came back wrong. For a while after I switched to days at the clinic, I thought my body might eventually forget the night shift. People told me it would. Give it a few weeks, they said. You'll start sleeping like a normal person again. Your brain just needs to reset. It never really did. I fell asleep earlier, sure. 10, maybe 11 p.m. instead of 8 in the morning. But around 2 or 3, something in me would come up out of sleep like it had been yanked on a line. I stopped needing alarms. My body had become one. Some nights, I woke up at 2:58 a.m., heart already going a little too fast. Some nights, it was 3:01. More than once, I snapped awake at 3:03 exactly and lay there staring at the red digital numbers on my bedside clock, feeling like I was late for something I had never agreed to. The night it came to a head, I woke up with a mouth like sandpaper and the taste of fear already at the back of my throat, sour and pointless. The room was dark. The only light, a thin line from the street lamp outside my window, slipping past the cheap blinds and cutting across the floor like a misplaced hallway light. The clock on the crate I used as a nightstand read 2:59 in dull red digits. I told myself the same thing I always did. You're home, not the hospital, just your apartment. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen. No cameras, no staff, no patients, no doors pretending to be something they're not. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth. I was thirsty enough that my head ached. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed and sat there for a second, listening. The fridge in the kitchen hummed steadily, a sound I had grown so used to that I only noticed it when it cut off. Somewhere in the wall, one of the heating pipes ticked quietly, expanding and contracting as hot water moved through old metal. From outside, faint through the glass, came the soft hiss of a car rolling down a wet road, tires whispering on pavement, then fading. Normal sounds. I stood up and padded down the short hallway toward the kitchen, bare feet picking up the chill from the thin wood floor. I didn't turn on any lights. I knew the layout well enough to move through the dark, and flipping a switch felt like admitting I was afraid of something specific instead of just the dark. As I passed the bathroom, I heard it. A drip. Not loud, not dramatic. Just the tiny wet tick of water falling from a slightly open faucet or a shower head that refused to fully shut off. My bathroom had always had a temperamental shower. I'd meant to buy a new washer for the handle for months and never had. Normally, it was background noise. Tonight, it seemed to hit each tile in my spine instead of the tub. Drip. Then, layered over it for half a second, I heard a different sound, a low, mechanical hum I had not heard in months. Not in person anyway. The hospital vents had a specific tone, just off from the ones in my apartment building. A slightly higher whine, an older motor, a vibration that ran through the ceiling panels. I had listened to those vents through too many nights not to recognize the note. That sound slid through my bathroom door in a brief, horrible echo. One moment, my hallway held only my fridge and my own building's heater. The next, there was the ghost of 3 East ceiling in it. A faint, unnatural sigh from vents that did not exist in my ceiling. Then it was gone. The drip continued. My fridge hummed. The pipe in the wall ticked again. I stopped. My bathroom door was not fully closed. It sat just a little off the frame, open an inch or two, enough that the slice of black between it and the jamb was visible even in the dim light. A vertical cut of absence. Not all the way open, not all the way shut, just like the staff bathroom door had been that night. For a second, I truly believed I had made a mistake, that I had left it that way earlier, in my rush to pee before bed, half asleep and not paying attention. That this was nothing but my own sloppy living habits coming back to bite me. Then another part of my mind, the part that had been paying too much attention for too long, pointed out that I always closed it at night. Always. Some leftover superstition about not wanting to wake up and see my own mirror in the dark, or just a preference for contained spaces. The door did not care about my preferences. It sat there, slightly open, breathing shower damp air into the hall in cool little drafts. My hand lifted toward the knob without my permission. It hovered there, fingers outstretched, close enough that I could feel the chill radiating off the metal. I could see it in my head, as clearly as if I'd drawn it, the layout of my bathroom. Small sink on the left, toilet straight ahead, tub and shower on the right, cheap curtain half pulled. It wouldn't take much to rewrite that space. Change the tub into a stall. Replace the curtain with a metal partition. Insert a door with a narrow gap where it met the frame. Fill that gap with just enough darkness that my eye couldn't help but go to it. I didn't have to open the door to see it. My brain helpfully overlaid one on the other, like the blueprints in the basement under the hospital. Old room, new function. New room, old idea. Don't go in after him this time, Mrs. G had said, gripping my wrist hard enough to hurt. In the hospital, I had told myself that him lived in the building, in the old pipes, in the cracks in the door frame, in the weird wiring of an ancient psych unit. Standing there in my apartment at 3:01 a.m., with my fingers almost touching the bathroom doorknob, I understood something else. It wasn't the building he'd followed. It was me. You followed him again, she'd muttered once, eyes fixed on my shoes instead of my face. I'd brushed it off as her confusing me with some other nurse, some other year. Now, in the thin, stale air of my hallway, that line replayed in my head, clear and sharp. You followed him again. I pulled my hand back. Not fast, not dramatic. It was more like letting go of a very hot pan you hadn't registered as dangerous until your nerves finally caught up. Every instinct I had screamed at me to complete the motion, to satisfy the itch of curiosity, to confirm or deny. Fear doesn't like questions that have no proof either way. It wants data. It wants you to look. I stepped backward instead. One step, then another. The apartment seemed to tilt slightly around me, like I was moving uphill. The bathroom door stayed as it was, slightly ajar, slice of dark at the edge. Nothing moved. Nothing reached out. No sound spilled from the crack beyond that maddening steady drip. My throat hurt. I realized I hadn't taken that drink of water yet. I went to the kitchen. I didn't turn on the overhead there either. I opened the fridge for the light alone, took out the half-empty jug, and drank straight from it, cold water burning all the way down. The faint hum of the compressor sounded louder with the door open, a small, contained engine straining in place. When I closed it, the apartment fell into its nighttime mix again. Fridge, pipes, distant car, and behind me, down the hall, the suggestion of water hitting porcelain, like a memory trying to become a sound. I took my blanket from the bed, dragged it out to the living room, and planted myself on the couch facing the hallway. The TV sat opposite me, black screen reflecting a dim ghost of my own face. I picked up the remote and turned it on, volume all the way down. The moving images, late night infomercial nonsense, fast cuts of people smiling too hard, washed the room in flickering light that didn't help as much as I hoped. On the wall above the kitchen doorway, my cheap analog clock ticked. 2:59. The second hand made its small, insistent jumps, each one louder in my head than it had any right to be. Tick, 3, sal. The fridge shut off between cycles. The sudden lack of hum made the room feel emptier, like someone had walked out without closing the door. Tick, 3:01. Somewhere in the building, a pipe groaned. A car rolled by outside, tires whispering through leftover puddles. Someone in the apartment above me shifted in their sleep. A floorboard creaked. I stared down the hallway at my bathroom door. From the couch, it was just a darker rectangle and a darker wall, edged in the faintest outline of streetlight. I couldn't see the gap from here, but I could feel where it was. I told myself, if the door moves, if anything changes, you'll see it. The TV flickered silently. An actor mouthed words I couldn't hear. Some product promise scrolled along the bottom of the screen. Tick, 3:02. The drip in the bathroom finally stopped, not gradually. One moment, it was there, patient, steady, and the next, it cut off mid-drop. The silence that followed was so sudden I almost stood up. The heater kicked on then, filling the air with that familiar hiss and click, the faint smell of dust burning out of vents. The fridge cycled back up. Noise returned, a patchwork of domestic machines trying their best. I stayed on the couch, blanket pulled up to my chest like I was holding onto a life vest. At 3:03, as the second hand crossed the top of the clock's face, a sound floated out from the end of the hallway. Soft, brief, almost too quiet to register. If I hadn't spent so many nights on a psych unit, I might have thought it was pipes, or the building settling, or my own imagination stitching random noises into patterns. But I had. I knew the sound of a toilet flush when the handle is barely touched. That half-committed pull that sends water swirling lazily, not in full force. The low circular rush of it, the hollow echo in the bowl, the distant gurgle in the pipes as it moves away. That was what I heard. Just once. Just long enough to make my heart slam against my ribs and my hands grip the edge of the blanket so hard my knuckles hurt. The bathroom door did not move. Nothing came out. Nothing peered through. I stared at that dark rectangle until the sky outside my window shifted from black to a tired, washed-out gray, and the first garbage truck of the morning growled its way down the street. I did not open the door before daylight. I didn't need to. Whatever was behind it had already made its point. 7. 1. Revisiting the hospital. There is a special kind of stupid in going back to a place you swore you were done with. I did it anyway. It wasn't some dramatic decision. No lightning, no nightmare that jolted me upright with a sudden revelation. I was running an errand on a Saturday, picking up a prescription, grabbing some groceries, and the quickest route home took me down a familiar stretch of road I had been avoiding for years. By the time I realized where I was, the hospital was already in front of me. Same brick, same glass, same tired logo, pretending to be reassuring. The big sign near the road still had the hospital name lit up in white letters, though one of the bulbs in the middle was out, making it look like the word was missing a tooth. Walgreens was still across the street. Its neon pharmacy sign hummed faintly in the early evening. The parking lot lights throwing pale cones onto slush-rimmed asphalt. The drive-through window had a line of cars snaking around the side, brake lights glowing red in the dim. I should have kept going. Instead, my hands turned the wheel almost before I'd made the decision, guiding the car into the hospital lot like they had their own muscle memory. The parking lot looked exactly the same. Rows of faded white lines, a scattering of cars, the same cracks spidering through sections of asphalt that had never been properly patched. A light pole near the back still flickered, buzzing and dimming every few seconds, as if trying to make up its mind about being on. I pulled into a spot facing the building and let the engine idle, fingers still on the steering wheel. From where I sat, I could see the windows of the third floor. To anyone else, they were just rectangles of tinted glass, like all the others. No sign, no label, no big arrow saying this is where the night shift happens. The early evening light made them dark mirrors, reflecting a gray sky and the winking dots of the parking lot lamps. I knew what sat behind them, or used to. Nurses' station in the middle, formed like a horseshoe. Rooms marching down the arms of the U, 301 through 320. The little square across from the desk that had once been room 303 before someone decided it should be a bathroom. The day room with its bolted down chairs and TV that always seemed to be playing movies from 15 years ago. I sat there with the heater breathing warm air on my legs and the fan whirring, listening to my own car make its small domestic noises. Ticking as the engine cooled. The faint vibration of the steering wheel under my palms. Somewhere deep in the dash, a plastic panel creaked. You don't have to go in, I told myself. There was no reason. I didn't work here anymore. I didn't know anyone on the unit, not really. Most of the people I'd been close to had left, moved on, burned out. The patients I had taken care of were either in other places or had become names on discharge summaries and death certificates. But the building was still there. And so was the part of me that hated not knowing whether something was contained. I turned off the engine. The sudden quiet inside the car made the sounds outside rush in. Distant traffic on the main road, A gust of wind scraping dry snow across pavement. A muffled announcement leaking from the hospital's front entrance speakers. The lobby doors opened as I approached, the sensor catching me and splitting the glass automatically. Warm air and the smell of cleaning products spilled out, chased with the bitter edge of brewed coffee that had been sitting on a burner too long. Some things had changed. The front desk had been remodeled. The volunteers now wore branded vests instead of plain cardigans. There were bigger signs about masks, hand sanitizer dispensers bolted to nearly every vertical surface. The directory on the wall had a new design. I scanned it until I found the third floor. Behavioral health, it read now, instead of psychiatry unit. New name, same floor. Names are easy to change. I had learned that. Numbers too. All it takes is paint and a different font on a map, and suddenly no one remembers that 303 used to be a room. I could have left it at that. Just seeing the word on the directory, confirming that the unit still existed in some form, could have been enough. I could have turned around, walked back out into the cold, and driven home. Instead, I got into the elevator. The doors slid shut with the same soft hiss I remembered. The interior looked newer, wood grain paneling instead of scratched beige walls. But the fluorescent panel overhead still buzzed when the car started moving. I watched the red digital numbers above the door climb. 1, 2. My ears popped a little as we passed the second floor. That subtle change in pressure I'd always ignored before I knew better. The climb slowed as the car approached 3. I could feel the motor's vibration through the soles of my shoes. When the doors opened on the third floor, the smell hit me first. Different cleaners, maybe. Different air freshener choices. But underneath the citrus and whatever floral scent the maintenance team had chosen, there was that familiar mix. Old tile, recirculated air, the faint iron tang of blood that had once been here and had long since been scrubbed away. The behavioral health entrance was to my left. They'd replaced the old double doors with newer, sturdier ones. There was a small sign beside them with the unit's new name and a logo that tried very hard to look calming. The badge reader was sleeker, a little black rectangle instead of the ugly beige box I'd swiped in and out of 1,000 times. I stopped a few feet away, hands in my pockets. I could have pressed the intercom and said I was a former employee, just visiting. People did that. They brought cookies, said hi to old coworkers, walked the halls for nostalgia. I did not press the button. The space between me and the doors felt heavier than it should have. Not with history. That would be too simple. It felt like standing at the edge of a shadow you knew went deeper than you could see. I turned away. In the main hallway, not far from the elevator bank, there was a public restroom. Same beige sign. Same generic little gender-neutral figure. The door was slightly open, a wedge of light spilling into the hall. I told myself I was only looking because that was what I did now. I cataloged bathrooms, a weird hobby born out of avoidance. The fluorescent light inside buzzed. I could hear the whoosh of a hand dryer running, the staccato scrape of paper towels being yanked from a dispenser, someone sniffing once behind a closed stall door. Normal sounds. Just a restroom in a hospital hallway. visitors, staff, maybe a patient with enough privileges to be off unit with supervision. Nothing special. The stall partitions inside were the same pale metal I had come to hate. I could see the edges from where I stood, the doors lined up, each with that familiar strip of space where metal met metal. The narrow gaps were visible from here if you knew what to look for. Vertical slices of slightly darker air, little reminders that privacy is always partial in places like this. I stood at the threshold, not crossing it. My fingers twitched at my sides. Part of me wanted to step in, to prove something, to stand in a different building, in a different bathroom, and show myself that I could do it without flinching, that the thing in the psych unit hadn't followed me here, that it was still contained in my head or behind that other door. Instead, I listened. The hand dryer wound down, its whir tapering off to silence. A toilet flushed, water rushing in a long, smooth arc. Someone sniffled again, a human, wet little sound, then blew their nose. There was the soft thunk of a stall lock being slid open, the creak of a partition door swinging in. A person walked out, their shoes making small, hollow taps on the tile. The faucet squeaked. Water ran. Soap dispenser squirted. Paper towel scraped free. The trash can lid flapped and fell back into place. Every noise was cataloged, familiar, harmless. None of it made my skin crawl. What did was the fact that I still couldn't make myself cross the line into that room. My feet stayed where they were, toes touching the edge of the light, heels rooted in the dimmer hallway. The idea of standing in a stall again, of having a door in front of me with a gap at the side, felt like volunteering for an experiment I already knew the outcome of. So I stepped back. As I turned away from the bathroom door, a voice floated down the hall. It was thin, but clear, the voice of an elderly woman whose lungs didn't quite have the force they used to, but whose vowels still cut enough to carry. "Nurse?" she called. "Nurse, can you check the door?" Not my name, not even my unit. The sound came from somewhere beyond the locked behavioral health entrance, muffled by distance and walls. But the tone, the way it wavered on door, catching a little on the consonant before sliding off, was exactly the way Mrs. G used to say it. The same note of dread threaded through something that could almost be called politeness. I stopped. I could have gone back, pressed the intercom, asked who was calling. I could have told myself I was being compassionate, checking on an anxious patient, offering the kind of attention I'd always tried to give people like her. Instead, I did what I hadn't done in the bathroom all those years ago. I chose not to go toward the voice. I walked back to the elevator, pressed the down button, and stood there with my heart thudding dully in my chest while the doors took their time opening. The car was empty when it arrived. I stepped in, let the doors close, and watched the three on the digital display disappear as we sank back to the ground floor. In the reflection on the brushed metal wall, my face looked like someone else's for a second. The kind of someone who still checks gaps in doors without meaning to. The kind of someone who knows now that just because you don't follow a sound doesn't mean it isn't still calling. 7. 2. Talking to the audience. By now, you probably understand why this did not turn into an incident report, and a follow-up meeting, and then a funny story in the break room. That part happened. I did the paperwork. I sat in the cramped office while my supervisor used words like fatigue and seasonal stress and employee assistance. I listened to people laugh it off. I let the official version flatten on the page until it looked like any other weird night on any other unit. This, what you are hearing right now, is the other report. The one nobody would take seriously if I tried to submit it. If you're listening to this on a horror channel, I know what that sounds like. There are rules to these stories, right? I'm supposed to tell you there's a demon with a proper name, an urban legend, a curse that goes back to some tragic event in 1973. There should be lore, a Latin phrase, a drawing hidden in an old patient file that matches what I saw. I do not have any of that for you. What I have is an eye at a gap in a stall door that should have been empty. A stack of old reports written by people who described almost exactly the same thing without ever talking to each other. A floor plan that shows a room number where a bathroom is now. And an old woman who spent decades being dismissed as psychotic, quietly describing the same pattern I only recognized when it was too late to call it coincidence. No one can prove what I saw. Not in any way that would convince someone who didn't already believe me. The camera footage from that night backs up part of it, sure. It shows me going into the bathroom, and it shows me coming out like I'd been shot out of a cannon. It doesn't show anyone else. It doesn't show the door moving enough to let a person slip by. The audio recording caught my scream, and something under it, a rasping sound, shaped just enough like words that 3 different people flinched when we listened to it, then pretended we hadn't heard the same thing. The old incident reports exist. I've held them in my hands, but they read like mine does. Sterile phrasing pasted over something raw. Perceived presence, visual misperception, unexplained voices. You could chalk all of it up to a combination of sleep-deprived night staff, suggestible brains, and a building old enough to have its own digestive problems. If you want to. I have spent years wanting to. When I started digging through those papers in the basement, I thought I was going to prove to myself that what happened to me was just one more glitch. A thing that fell within the expected margins of human error and faulty wiring. That was the rational comfort I was chasing. Instead, what I found was repetition. Different years, different staff, same place, same time of night, same cluster of details. The staff bathroom, the feeling of not being alone, sounds that did not come from any visible source, faces or eyes seen where no one should have been, and threaded through it all, this quiet, consistent presence, a woman we called psychotic, talking about doors like they had memories and preferences, like they were players in the story instead of scenery. Mrs. G never gave it a name. She didn't talk about demons or ghosts. She talked about him, the way you talk about a neighbor you've never seen up close but know is there. The one who moves around behind the blinds at weird hours. The one you can't prove is doing anything wrong, but whose presence stains the air anyway. He likes the gap, she said. You always look. You all always look. You followed him again, she told me, even when I didn't understand what she meant. You should not follow things that go through the wrong door. Those were the last words she said to me that stuck. The kind that lodge in your brain and refuse to leave, long after you've forgotten discharge dates and medication titrations. So here's what I think now. I don't think my hospital is haunted in the way movies need buildings to be haunted. I don't think there's one cursed room with bloody handprints on the wall, or a specific spirit stuck in the vents, angry about the past. If it were that simple, it would almost be easier. What I think is that certain behaviors in certain spaces form patterns. Hospitals, prisons, schools, old office buildings, any place with institutional architecture and long repeating corridors are full of these patterns. You've seen them. A narrow stall wedged into a corner, a door that doesn't quite meet its frame, a gap designed into the world to make supervision easier and privacy incomplete. Now, add the human factor. It's always late. People are always tired. Night staff in places like that do a lot of the same things. Drink too much bad coffee, walk the same loops, listen to the same recycled air, move through the same vents. They get used to weird noises. They joke about ghosts. They stand in doorways that separate in from out and tell themselves that whatever they're hearing is the building settling. And sometimes, usually around the same miserable hour of the night, in the same kinds of spaces, exhausted people do the same stupid thing. They lean toward the gap. They put their eye right up against that thin strip of dark and ask a question without saying anything. Is there anything there? I don't think there's a name for what listens back. If there is, I haven't found it in any old file folder. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't leave marks that show up on lab results. It doesn't care about exorcisms or belief systems. It only seems to care about the moment you make yourself small and vulnerable in front of a space that wasn't designed with your safety in mind. The late hour, the tired brain, the ambient hum of machines that cover the sound of your own blood. Then, if everything lines up just right, you get what I got. One eye's worth of contact, enough presence to register as undeniably real, but not enough to drag into daylight and pin down. I'm telling you this here because there isn't anywhere else to put it. Risk management doesn't have a form for possible non-human observer in staff lavatory. The clinic doesn't have an option in the symptom list for hearing your old vents in your new bathroom. The people in my life who don't work nights already think the job turned me into someone they don't quite recognize. I don't need to add bathroom entity to the list. So instead, I'm talking to you. Wherever you are right now, I know these channels have a certain kind of listener. Some of you put this on while you're lying in bed, phone on your chest, lights off, trying to fall asleep. Some of you are driving home from work on empty roads. The dash light's the only glow in the car. Some of you are at a desk or on a couch, screen propped up, half watching the room around you while a voice talks about other people's worst nights. I don't know exactly what your environment sounds like, but I can guess. Maybe there's a fridge humming in the background somewhere, cycling on and off. Maybe an AC unit is pushing out air with that constant soft rush. Maybe you can hear a neighbor's TV through the wall, muffled voices you can't quite make out. Maybe there's a hallway outside your room, and every so often, a door opens and closes, or someone's footsteps pass by. You might hear the occasional car outside, tires hissing on pavement or crunching over gravel. A distant siren, high and fading. The tick of an analog clock on a table. The little whine of a phone charger plugged into the wall. Under all of that, there are probably plumbing noises you've been ignoring your whole life. A pipe settling with a soft thump. A distant flush in another apartment. A slow drip from a faucet that doesn't quite turn all the way off. Those sounds are the same in almost every building. They were there in my hospital. They're there in my clinic. They're there in my apartment. They're probably there where you are right now, whether you've been paying attention to them or not. That's part of the pattern too. We build these places out of the same materials, with the same design flaws. We run people through them on the same shifts, at the same hours, under the same fluorescent lights. We burn them out in the same ways. And some part of whatever's watching has figured that out. When I think about Mrs. G now, I don't just think about her as a patient. I think about her as someone who spent decades being the only person willing to say out loud, "This thing I see is consistent." We wrote it off as door delusions because that fit into our categories. It made her symptoms manageable on paper. We never asked why other people with no psych diagnosis, kept seeing pieces of the same thing in the same place. "You always look," she said. "You all always look." She wasn't just talking about herself. She'd watched nurse after nurse, tech after tech, lean into that little sliver of dark, year after year, winter after winter, thinking they were alone in whatever they were afraid of. We weren't. We were just standing in line, one at a time, in front of the same narrow opening, holding our breath, waiting to see if anything on the other side was holding its breath too. 7.3, final echo. The next person who looks at this point, it's just you and me. The hospital is somewhere behind us. The incident reports are back in their boxes, and the unit I used to work on is still doing what it does without me. I'm sitting in my apartment, typing this out and cleaning it up for the channel you're listening to. You're wherever you are. Maybe you've got this playing off your phone, screen dimmed, lying on your chest while you're in bed. Maybe you're on your side, one ear pressed into the pillow, the other earbud just loose enough to let in the sound of your own room. Maybe you're driving, one hand on the wheel, watching your headlights carve out a tunnel of light on a mostly empty road. The voice from this story is just another noise layered over your engine and the thump of tires on seams in the asphalt. Or maybe, and I know you exist because I used to scroll the comments, you're in a bathroom stall right now. You ducked away from family at a holiday party, or from coworkers in the break room, or from classmates in a noisy hallway. You brought your phone with you because everyone does. You locked the stall, sat down, and hit play, thinking, I'll kill a few minutes with something creepy. So let's go there, since you're already halfway in the scene. Imagine you're in a stall somewhere. It doesn't really matter where. An office building, a mall, an airport, some middle-of-the-night gas station off a highway you don't usually take. The details change, but the bones are the same. Overhead, a fluorescent tube buzzes. It's not loud enough to notice until you're alone, but once you hear it, you can't unhear it. It gives the light a certain quality, makes everything look a little flatter, a little less alive. Beyond the stall, out where the sinks and the mirror are, the sounds blur together. Muffled voices drifting in from the hall, someone laughing, someone on the phone, someone complaining about something small and normal. A hand dryer starting up with that rush of hot air, then spinning down, water running, a faucet turned on full for a second, then choked off. Shoes shuffle past on tile. Maybe a pair comes in, maybe a pair leaves. You can't always tell which direction they're going. Sound slides around corners in rooms like that. You are sitting, pants around your ankles, the most defenseless version of yourself you will ever bring into public. Your knees are a few feet away from the stall door. The metal is painted some institutional neutral, gray or beige, or something between the two. The latch in front of you is a thin piece of hardware, pretending it could stop anything serious from pushing through. Between the edge of that door and the partition is a strip of space. You know the one. You can see it from where you are if you lean just a little. A narrow, vertical line of slightly darker air. The place where whoever designed these things decided privacy and surveillance needed to meet halfway. You have probably looked through it before without thinking much of it. Quick check. Is the person at the sink someone you recognize? Is the coworker you're trying to avoid out there? Is it safe to step out without making small talk? That's the instinct. Before we had cameras and key cards, we had peepholes and cracks in doors. You listen to your own breathing. It always sounds louder in a stall than it does anywhere else. The way it bounces back off the close walls, the way the bowl under you seems to amplify any movement. Even a small shift on the seat can sound huge. Maybe you hear a drip somewhere, a faucet that doesn't quite shut off all the way, or a tiny leak in a pipe you'll never see. One drop, another, another, a slow, patient metronome. If you stay long enough, the other sounds start to come in waves. Someone flushes 2 stalls down. The water roars briefly, then fades into a gurgle. A paper towel dispenser rattles. The door swings open, letting in a slice of hallway noise, then swings shut, cutting it back. You're used to this. Most of us are. Bathrooms are the background level of human noise made official. So here's the part I want you to pay attention to. The only advice I'm going to offer, and it's not the comforting kind. The next time you are in a stall like that, tired, alone, phone in hand, doing what you have to do, and you feel that urge to lean forward and put your eye to the crack, don't pay attention to me. Don't even pay attention to what you think you might see. Listen to the room first. Feel what the air is doing. In every version of this story, I've lived and read and dug up in someone else's handwriting, the moment happens the same way. The building goes quiet, not forever, not dramatically, just for a second. The fan in the ceiling that's been whirring the whole time cuts out mid-breath. The AC stops pushing. The hand dryer is off. The faucet is closed. No one is shuffling outside. Even the pipes seem to hold themselves still for one thin slice of time. Machines rest all at once in a way they don't usually coordinate. In that second of pause, the gap in the stall door is no longer just an absence of metal. It's an opening that feels like it's waiting. That's when we all looked. Me, years ago, on a psych unit at 3 in the morning, with Mrs. G muttering about wrong doors. The night nurse before me, who wrote "I" at the gap and door 3 again in an incident report nobody read the way they should have. The others, scattered across years, whose names I only know from signatures on paper, who wrote about breathing in empty bathrooms, whispers that said, "Don't go," doors that were glitching on cameras long before anyone installed digital security. We all chose that exact kind of moment. The quiet, the late hour, the tired brain, to lean in and ask if something was on the other side. I don't know what changes when you look. I don't know if putting your eye to the gap drags something closer, or if it's already there and all you're doing is agreeing to notice it. I don't know if looking makes it real, or if not looking lets it move along, hunting for someone else willing to lower themselves to that level. All I know is that I looked. I looked in a locked unit in the middle of the night. And now, most nights, I don't open bathroom doors in the dark. I don't lean into gaps. I cross hallways a little faster than I need to if I know there's a door sitting slightly open with no light behind it. You're going to end up in a stall like that again. At work, in a store, on a long drive, at a highway rest stop where the fluorescent bulbs buzz like insects. You're going to be tired or bored or scrolling on your phone, and you're going to feel that nudge of curiosity if, just before you move, everything mechanical around you takes one synchronized breath in and holds it. If the hum of your world drops out for a heartbeat, remember what you're really asking when you lean into that crack. It's not, "Is anyone out there?" It's, "Is anything out there that knows I'm here?" I'm almost done typing this. My cursor is blinking at the end of the last sentence in the corner of my screen. The fridge to my left is humming steady. The baseboard heater kicks on and off with its little click and sigh. Somewhere above me, my neighbor just dropped something soft on the floor. I can hear the dull thump through the ceiling. Down the short hall to my right, my bathroom door is closed. All the way this time. No gap. While I've been talking to you, there's been the occasional tick from the pipes, the small, irregular sounds of a building shifting in its sleep. Nothing dramatic, nothing story-worthy. I'm about to hit send when I hear it. A single, soft knock from the other side of that door. Not loud, not aggressive, just knuckles on wood, 3 meters away, as if something in there has been listening this whole time and is politely letting me know it's finished too. I'm not going to check. The heater just cycled off. For a second, the apartment feels too quiet, somewhere near you, something probably just went quiet too. A fridge, a fan, a hallway outside your door. That knock is still hanging in the air between my bathroom and this chair. If you listen hard enough, you can decide whether it blends into the sounds in your own room or if it's just mine.